Grayson. This is Grayson Strongman. Check out ripped abs. This is Grayson. This is Grayson Strongman. Check out ripped abs. his shit. One more time. Biceps. He's only 6 years old. 6.5, weighing at a mean, lean 48 pounds. Before his head pops up.
Haram!
Let's go! Chat! It's a good day to be alive! What is happening with the internet right now? They don't want us to be speaking! They don't want the truth to be known! They're attacking us via Wi-Fi! Can you guys even hear me right now? Can you guys even hear me? Oh, chat. I don't know what to do. Let me test my Wi-Fi. And I wonder if you know. All right, I'm gonna test the Wi-Fi. Are we back? If you're still breathing, there's nothing to worry about, chat. Let me know if you guys can hear me. My Wi-Fi's freaking doo-doo cheeks. Aight, man. Seriously though, it was a good day and we're gonna learn something new today because we're all breathing. We're all here. We're all here. We're all breathing. All of our problems can be solved with time and dedication. So are we sounding good? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Yeah? Let me just make sure y'all can hear me real quick. I'm just gonna make sure. I'm just gonna make sure you guys can hear me. Make sure to turn up the volume on your headphones real quick. Okay, sounds good. All right, well, let's begin. Glad you guys can hear me. I just wanted to make sure. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old, and I'm currently streaming live from the greatest country in the entire America. Some people call it Texas. I call it the greatest country in the USA. I call it Texas, boy. Let me go shut my door so the Matrix police don't attack me. Chat, I got some new headphones so that I can increase the viewer experience and increase you guys' experience on this beautiful stream. I hope you guys like my headphones. I hope I look cute. And I hope I go a little extra cute today because we're going to research some interesting topics. Guys, my name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old from Texas. All right? And today, as you can see by the title, is it okay to fight back in Islam? Some people say Islam. Other people say Islam. Anyway, the word Islam means submission to the will of God. That is something I've learned over the past 4 months. Islam means submission to the will of God. If you're Muslim, you do Islam. If you're a Muslim, you're a person who does Islam. And if you are a Muslim, you do Islam. 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 If you're a Muslim, you do Islam. If you're a Muslim, you do Islam. Okay, what does Islam mean? You don't even got to take my word for it. Let's look it up. Oh my gosh, that me on the screen looking super cute right now. Dang. Definition of Islam. The religion of the Muslims. Monotheistic faith, okay. I want the actual definition though. Islam, Arabic definition. Because it's an Arabic word, right? Wait. Is Islam? I make sure about everything before I share it with you guys. Is Islam a Arabic word? Islam is an Arabic word which literally means submitting. Okay. Islam, Arabic. According to that, it means submitting. Oh, not hadith. The Arabic word Islam means submission to God, and the Muslim is one who surrenders himself or herself, according to Springer.com. Okay, chat. So, yeah. It's really not that deep. It's just a word that means this. It's a word that means that right there. So, Islam means submission to the will of God, submission to God. So why does this matter? Why am I even talking about this? Well, I'm a regular kid, right? I didn't wake up one day and just say, I only care about religion. I only care about researching religion because religion is boring, right? That's what everybody thinks when they're younger. That's what I thought when I was younger too. I was like, this stuff is boring. Boring. I'm trying to go throw the football outside. I'm trying to go run laps. I'm trying to go do things. Boring. I don't want to sit in here. Boring. Blah, blah, blah. A bunch of people just talking. Blah, blah, blah. Turns out it's not boring. Because eventually you get to a point in your life where something goes wrong. And you're not bored anymore when you listen to someone talk about how to have peace of mind. And you start listening because you finally open up your ears because something bad happens normally. It's normally the bad things that bring you to God, isn't it? My dad always taught me this. I was always a goated athlete from a young age. Some people said I was going to go to the NFL. Some people say I was going to be the best in the world, right? Many people made these claims. And when I played Little League sports, I actually was pretty good when I was younger. I was normally in football, with the people I was playing with, I was the best, normally the best on the field when I was younger. Back in my prime time, they say, you know what I'm saying? Back in my prime. So anyway, I was on this team and there was this kid. He was this really chubby, fat kid. His name was Perry. Anyways, that has nothing to do with the story, but there's this really fat kid named Perry. He was really ugly, fat, lazy. He didn't do anything. So I was a leader on my team, right? People looked up to me because I was normally helping us win the games, and we were always pretty freaking good. So we would go like 11-0, right? And then one time we were losing a baseball game, and I was pouting. I played baseball, basketball. My dad coached me in every single sport, or coached the team, and you know he would always be like, he would be hard on me too, because like I'm the coach's son, so he's not gonna go easy on me. And like I was over there pouting because we were losing a game, right? We were losing the baseball game. This is Little League. This is like the Little League World Series, bro. Picture the Super Bowl, but a lot less people there. But it's intense, man. The parents are on the edge of their seats. They're like, kill him, Jackson! Throw him out of the game! I mean, she's going dummy, right? And I'm over there pouting in the dugout. The dugout is where your team hangs out, for you guys that don't know baseball. Because I think a bunch of you guys are from like Pakistan, you know what I'm saying? It was good. But I'm sitting over there in the dugout and I'm like, ugh. I'm like, we're gonna lose. And then my dad's like, it's easy to be a leader when you're winning, huh? And I was like, yeah. He's like, this is when you're a leader. This is when you're a leader. And my entire paradigm, thought process of what it means to be a leader changed. Because I thought, oh, yeah, no dip, Sherlock. It's easy to be a leader when you're winning. Of course it is. Anyone can stand there and be like, good job, yo, we did it. When it's hard to be a leader, it's when it's freaking hard. When you're losing, when you're getting beat up, when you're getting literally destroyed. And this is a metaphor for God. It's easy to forget about God when life is easy, which is why you need to make life hard. You need to suffer. You need to purposely torture yourself 24/7. Every single second. See? Now you're like, oh my God, save me from the ears drum that just got blasted away by this little chotch from Texas, this 21-year-old little bot. So, I learned what God is from this. I learned what being a leader is from my dad's lessons. And most of us agree or disagree, chat, that you guys have found God in the hardest times of your life. True? Inshallah. This is true. Agreed. Rafia agrees. Rabia agrees. Oh, it says that in the Quran too. Perry agrees. Who the heck is Perry? Who is this guy? What in the world? Perry the platypus. This guy is just so toxic. He's so toxic. Hey, Destin, you're here, bro. Or inherited from parents. Destin, check out Discord if you haven't. Maybe you already have. I haven't checked Discord, but later I would like to come on there and talk to anyone else who's in the inner circle. And I know you're there. So, Destin, if you'll be here in a few hours, I might spend a few hours researching alone, and then that's what I normally do. I research alone, a topic, and today I'm researching what does Islam say about fighting back evil. Because the Bible, I've learned growing up, Jesus, he said, eye for eye, no more. I don't know if that's, I'm not quoting the Bible, but we've been taught that he said, eye for an eye, no more. Pacifism. But then there's other stories in the Bible of Jesus not necessarily doing pacifism. So I don't even know. I think Jesus would believe in the current Muslim religion and ideas. I don't know that. I just believe that, right? From my research and my understanding, that's what I believe. So I don't think he would be a pacifist, because even a story in the Bible is he whips people out. He says I think it says there's a story of him kicking people out of the temple because they're disrespecting God's temple of worship. And he goes in there and says he turns over the tables. That means he flipped the tables. You know, people picture Jesus to be this like little teddy bear. People who haven't really looked at the Bible. Look at the Bible. This dude is a freaking savage. He's so savage that when they were trying to kill him, he was just like, his disciples were like, according to the Bible, they cut off someone came to arrest Jesus, and Peter cut off the ear of the servant, and then he healed the ear. But he said, stop, put your sword down. Maybe he didn't heal it. Maybe that was a metaphor. Maybe he actually did. But either way, it says that Jesus was like, put your sword down, don't fight. I mean, like, dang. Imagine someone doing that. Like, whoa, this dude is awake. He is not scared of anything. And thousands of years later, people remember this story of him being crucified on the cross. So, anyway, guys, that's what I'm going to be researching today. And I am looking forward to seeing what results I get from this. Because the reason why I think this is important is because I think this is one reason, if not the reason. I mean, there's many reasons. This is the reason why I started to realize, oh my gosh, I think Islam is the truth. Because, and again, Islam just means submission to the will of God. Hey, Silverio, welcome to the Don't Be Fat Gang, brother. Arabic Islam means submission to the will of God. 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 That's what it means. And you can go as complex as you want, and you can talk about this verse and this verse and this verse and this verse and this verse. But at the end of the day, this is what it is. This is all it is. It's submission to God alone. Submission to God alone. At least that's what the word means. So it's not even my opinion. I'm just sharing what the word Islam means. Now you might think it means something else because it's come to mean something for you, but that's all the original meaning of the word means. So I believe that this is the truth, submission to God. And I think Jesus thought this was the truth too, because he prayed to God, and it says in the Bible that he fell on his face. And I don't think, and part of the first time I read the Quran, I read it in one sitting, chat. I read it in one sitting because I was like, oh my gosh, I'm the best person in the world. I'm going to read it in one sitting and I'm going to catch mad W's. So I did it, and I proved everybody wrong who thought I couldn't do it. Everyone always thinks I can't do it. You can't do that, Grayson. You can't say that, Grayson. Well, I just did say it, okay? And what's going to happen? Nothing, because God is for me. I said, God breathed on this. I said, God breathed on this. God breathed on this freaking YouTube channel. God breathed on me. God breathed on you. You just might not believe it. I believe it. I wake up thinking, God breathed on this day. It's my day. It's my day to conquer. It's my day to live life. Jones Novus in the freaking chat.
Super chatted $64.06. Assalamu alaikum everybody, smile El Bilal on his 100k plus subs. Congratulations Brofsky, celebratory hands in the air. How are you doing lately? What is the status of your research so far? Mucho love.
I always say Jonas Novus because that's what the OGs call him, Jonas Novus. Jones, Mr. Novus, I should say. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for supporting the stream. I would like to say, brother, it's great to hear from you. And what is the status on my update? First off, peace be with you and your family. I hope I get the chance to meet you one day, inshallah. The status is, first off, I'm doing better than ever. Because every single day I'm always doing better than ever. That's just a fact. I'm never going to be sad. I'm never going to wake up in a worse position than I did before. My mindset will always be better. So I'm growing. I'm learning. I'm in a state of positivity. But that's, of course, expected. So what actually is in terms of this specific research, I believe this is the truth. That's all that needs to be said. One reason I believe this is the truth is because when you really submit to God, I think God allows you to fight evil if needed. And to forgive others is the most beautiful thing. God does not make us weak. God gave us muscles, arms and legs for a reason, to manipulate the earth, to manipulate the variables to be how we want it to be, because we are made in God's image. We are the human race. We're not going to let tigers take over the earth. Humans are going to take over the earth. At least that's the goal, and that's been the goal, and our ancestors did that. And look at us now. So growing up in Christian concept, Christian theology, church is a beautiful, beautiful place to be, filled with beautiful people. If you've never been to a church and you want to know what it's like to go to a church, don't be afraid. They are some of the nicest, probably the nicest people I've ever met, are at church, at holy places. I've been to a Buddhist temple. I stayed at a Buddhist temple for a week. I've been to church 500 times. I don't even know in my life. And I've been to other holy places of worship. I've been to mosque. That's all the holy places I've been to. I also did Muay Thai fighting. And they're even spiritual about how they do Muay Thai. Like when they get in the ring, you'll see Muay Thai fighters. It's kickboxing. They'll go into the ring and they'll go like, or like they'll do something like bowing to, I don't really know what, but they're bowing to, I think they're bowing to God. Now they may not say that, but I think they actually are bowing to God. Because God is the creator. That's a word that we use to describe the all-powerful, the all-being, the unseen, the creator of the universe. That's what I believe God is. And where am I going with this? If you want to go to church, you should go and check it out, because they're some of the kindest people ever. And I've been taught in church and from the Bible that you turn the other cheek. You turn the other cheek. You turn the other cheek. And it's a beautiful lesson for when people are making fun of you, when you're in a problem and someone is attacking you. One answer is to resist by not resisting. It's to resist the evil by not resisting. That's the message of the cross. That's the message of the cross. And it works. Try it. Next time someone's arguing with you, don't even say anything back. Just resist evil by not resisting. Sometimes it's the ultimate resistance. However, I don't think Jesus wanted us to be little. When Jesus was teaching, I don't think he wanted his followers to be weak, because there's a story in the Bible about Jesus going into the temple and going pooch, pooch. I don't really know if he did that for sure, but why don't I just stop assuming and let's go read about it. The story of Jesus kicking people out of temple. Matthew 24. Let's see if this is right. Jesus went straight to the temple and threw out everyone who had set up shop, buying and selling. He kicked over the tables of loan sharks in the stalls of dove merchants. He quoted this text, "My house was designated a house of prayer. You have made it a hangout for thieves." Bro, Jesus, according to this translation, it says Jesus threw out everyone who had set up shop. Threw out. What in the world does that mean? That doesn't mean pacifism, and I think modern day Christianity has turned into just pacifism, just be soft, to be soft. That's really the only thing that I seem to not necessarily align my thoughts with. I now believe, and this is stemmed from the Quran, that an eye for an eye, there is no fault for an eye for an eye. If you're going to punch me, if you're going to touch a woman near me that I care about, my mother, my sister, any girl around me, and you're going to mess with them, then I have every right to fight back. I believe that's true, and I believe other people, I think most people agree with this. I think even Christians agree with this. They don't really want to turn the other cheek because sometimes that doesn't work. Or that's not the route you want to go in the situation. I mean, it's up to you to whatever you want to do. And forgiving is the most beautiful thing. And when someone wrongs you, forgiving is the ultimate. It's the most beautiful thing in God's eyes. I'm paraphrasing a verse from the Quran. It's the most beautiful thing in God's eyes. I believe that to be true. It is the most beautiful thing when you forgive someone who's wronged you. And when someone forgives you when you wrong them, it's the most beautiful thing. However, they have every right to fight. To basically, you get what you deserve. You get what you deserve. If you're going to punch someone, I believe that someone is fully entitled to absolutely destroying you because you punched them. It is what it is. And I think, does anyone not agree with this? Chat. Does anyone not agree with this? Oh my gosh, we got Latif in here. Big W's. Jones, what do you think about this, brother? Hundred agree. Hey, appreciate you, Latif. Much love. I'll check it out after stream. There is a day of punishment always. True, so you're Muslim. Welcome. God bless. A punch for a punch, not destroy. That's extreme. Yeah, I mean like a punch that you're trying. I mean, if someone throws a punch at you, I intend that to meaning I'm trying to hurt you and probably punch you more than once. If you punch someone once, then you're trying to knock them out. So knock them out. I think you have every right to do that. And I learned that. I learned that from the Quran and from the Bible, from the Old Testament especially. The Old Testament is like God ain't playing around. God is not playing around with the people who are bringing others away from God. God is not playing around with humans that are committing evils in groups, in civilizations that were evil. God ordered the Israelites multiple times in the Old Testament to go fight and destroy these people. I can't cite my sources, so maybe don't believe me on that. However, I've read the Old Testament, I've read every single word of it, and it is crazy. It is an action movie full of blood. Because that's how life is. Life is not fairy tales. Humanity did not get to where it is today from not manipulating the Earth's variables. I mean, look at this. Look at this. This is my home screen on my computer. Look at this. Look at it. Are you looking at it? Because I'm looking at it. I'm freaking looking at it.
Das Tanbonate super chatted $4.99. Jesus says, but I say to you, love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you.
Daston, beautiful. Love your enemies and pray for those who persecute you. I believe that is also what I think that's Daston. I mean, I don't see how that makes the world worse. I think that makes the world better. I also think based on the story that we just shared that doesn't necessarily mean being weak. That doesn't mean not doing anything about wrongs. Look at this. Jesus threw out everyone in the temple who had set up shop. I mean, he freaking roasted them. He said, he basically said, y'all are bots, get out of here. And they were like, yo, you know what I mean?
Jones Novus super chatted $25.62. Sooner or later we will meet and chill. I travel a lot to the US. BTW, I practice MMA myself. You owe me a sparring session, you ha ha
ha. Mr. Novus, I'm down, brother. Mr. Novus, how old are you again? What kind of MMA have you been training? Because I've been learning kickboxing and Muay Thai, or I did for a few months and I did a fight, and now I've just been running in shadow boxing. And it feels good. I feel a lot better, and I'm realizing how much better I can improve. Like, man, if I continue this up for the next month, for the next 2 months, for the next year, for the next 5 years, for the next 10 years, it's over. I'm on lock. G. I'm gonna take down every single one of you one-on-one right now. Right now, if you came up, you might be able to say whatever you want in the chat, but you won't say it to my freaking face. Come up here and get pissed at me like that. I'm gonna take you down, Perrin. You too, Novus. Little bot. Anyway, we have to manipulate the earth to get it to look like this, and we have to manipulate other animals, and we have to kill other animals, and we have to secure them so they don't kill our families. And I think we need to do the same thing in life, and we have every right to do that in the real world.
Chatted $4.99. Jesus' enemies, Greeks, became the biggest followers down the line. So I guess it worked.
Oh, it definitely worked. Jesus' teachings definitely worked. He has spread love across, his teachings have spread love and peace across the world. There's no doubt about that. Now today, let me get my handy dandy notebook out and let's get to it. Let's stop, going all over the place. Let me focus. Let me take my ADHD and get freaking locked in. Okay. Yeah, there. I'm gonna have to take a break in about 10 minutes and but until then, let's get set up for the research that's gonna take place, for the W's that the chat is gonna get W's today, and for the many W's that we're gonna continue to take today, because W's is life. Can I get some W's in the chat? I got a new mouse, bro. I can't stop clicking. Okay, let me go get my notebook. Oh, frick, I have done 0 push-ups. Harris! W's, bro. How you doing? Habibi. Hey, Habibi, come to Dubai. Man, this was from the last stream. I realized I didn't finish this. I need to do the Hadith study. Make sure this doesn't happen today. I didn't have any actionable steps from the Hadith study. I read some Hadith this morning. Wow. It was all about loving your parents. And it just made me realize, like, dang. Without your parents, you wouldn't even be here. You literally wouldn't exist. It's crazy. Which, if you watch my video where I summarized the entire Quran, that was the third point. Be kind to your parents. So, today's study is about... This is from a 10-hour stream where I read the entire Quran. Or not the entire Quran. I read the Quran for 10 hours on stream. And the actionable steps that I discovered were read alone every week. I need to do that. I need to continue that habit. Number 2, don't watch bad movies. Don't watch movies that if you're watching a movie and you don't want to have those thoughts, then you're going to have the thoughts of the movies that you're consuming. So if you like the thoughts that the movies are giving you, then continue to watch those movies. Or I don't see anything wrong with that. And if the movie is perpetuating bad thoughts, then why am I watching it? That's what I realized. Number 3, if you don't stay at bars. I don't really love being around alcohol. I don't. Because I don't. So I don't. It'd be nice to not be at bars. That's what I'm saying. Am I actually gonna follow that? I don't know. Inshallah. Only God knows. But those are the actionable steps I got. Hadith study, didn't get any actionable steps. And we're gonna have to come back to that. And today is... I'm gonna call this I for an I. July 1st. Okay. Eye for an eye study. And make sure I organize it the same way I did to my last one. So we got actionables first.
Das Tanbon Ace super chatted $4.99. PLS start with Quran 5:45 versus Matthew 5:38 to 39.
Oh, okay. I'll do it. Dastin, much love. As long as these verses have to do with the study today, I'll be happy to start with reading these two. Hey, y'all, how many people we got on here watching this right now? Are you guys able to tell me? Where'd it go? How many people we got on here? Oh, 328. Dang, that's a lot. Sometimes changing the title, it helps people come to learn. Okay, because we're going to compare both. What else needed to be done? I needed to take this. Okay, we'll come over here. Okay. Actionables. Actionables, lessons, notes. All right, chat. Eye for an eye study. After this study, after this stream, I'm going to have at least one actionable to do. These are going to be the lessons I learned. These are going to be some notes I learned, but blah, blah, blah. There's going to be a lot written here, inshallah. There's going to be a lot written here, according to my study, when I'm doing the Bible versus the Quran. What do they say about this? And at the end, though, I'm going to take all of this, right? When you take notes, it doesn't help if you just have a page of notes. And you shut it and go, man, I learned so much today. Yeah, you did, but did you condense it down what to do? What to do? What to do? What to do? What is the next step? So, after today, I'm going to decide my next step. If I want to share it on stream, I'm at least going to write it here. I'll probably share it. And that's what we're going to learn today. Come along with me. My friend Dastin, I've yet to speak with him or meet him, but he's part of the inner circle, part of the membership, the YouTube channel. He's one of the members. He's one of the legends that we call him. Anyway, I'd love to speak with you, Dastin, later today. Right now I'm doing some independent research, and of course he shared a verse that he wants me to start out with comparing. So, start off with these verses. I'm going to take a little break, and I encourage you guys to go take a break as well. A little 7 to 10 minute break, and then we're going to come back and continue the research for a few more hours. Continue learning as always. Okay. So let's see. Quran 545 verse Matthew. Okay, still going. Okay. So let's look at Quran 545. I'm going to read it from my Quran. You can see it on the screen, but I'm going to read it from my Quran. Can you guys see it? Does it need to be bigger? I'll make it bigger for you guys, because I know a lot of you guys are probably fat and don't have good eyesight. Probably been eating Oreos all day. Probably don't feel good. Oh, of course, make sure I stay tracked on my push-ups as well, chat, okay? Quran 545. Quran 545 according to the MAS Abdel Halim. MAS Abdel Halim, translated into English. 545. In the Torah, we prescribed for them a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth, an equal wound for a wound. If anyone forgoes this out of charity, it will serve as atonement for his bad deeds. Those who do not judge according to what God has revealed are doing grave wrong. This religion is so simple. This is the most simple religion ever. In the Torah, we prescribed for them a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and an equal wound for a wound. If anyone forgoes this out of charity, it will serve as atonement for his bad deeds. Those who do not judge according to what God has revealed are doing grave wrong. So essentially, that's saying, from the Torah, from the beginning, the Torah is the beginning of the Bible. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers. The Torah. The Torah says an eye for an eye is perfectly fine, and there ain't no problems about getting an eye for an eye. If you punch me, I can punch you back. If you kill my dad, I can kill your dad. Get wrecked. If you touch her, I'm going to kill you. More or less. That's the rules. And pretty much, I mean, that goes along with treat others how you want to be treated. If you hurt someone that bad, wouldn't you want to know and be aware that you hurt someone that bad? So you're going to treat them how you wish you were treated had you committed such a terrible act against someone else. Treat others how you want to be treated, right? And it says, though, however, if you forgive them out of it's charity. Just like smiling is charity. Charity, cha-ching, cha-ching, bringing joy to the people. Charity. Equal retaliation, but whoever waives it is charitable. It will be atonement for their sins. And those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed to truly wrongdoers. I kind of like the version that I have better. Or I think it better, it's a deeper meaning. Those who do, mine says, the second verse says, those who do not judge according to what God has revealed are doing grave wrong. It's so freaking simple. It's literally saying an eye for an eye makes perfect sense, and if you forgive them, then some of your bad deeds will be forgiven, inshallah, by God. God willing, He will forgive some of your bad deeds if you forgive other people of their bad deeds. So does that mean you have to do it? Does that mean you have to do it? No. Oh, no, because it says, and those who do not judge by what Allah has revealed are truly the wrongdoers. So if Allah has revealed, if God has revealed to you, do not do this, and you do it, and someone says you deserve punishment for that, then aren't you following what God says? So you don't have to do it. Or at least I don't think you don't have to forgive. You don't have to waive it, right? I mean, according to this. You can't always forgive. That is the high moral ground. Yeah, it's what Jesus taught too. Rob, I didn't see your super chat, brother. If you send a super chat, it should come, it's above $3. It should be read out to me. So, because most of the time I'm not reading the chat, sometimes I am. And if it's above $3, I'll be able to hear it. So you know. Yeah, it is a choice. Yeah. So now we're going to compare this to a verse in the Bible, Matthew 5:38-39. You have heard it said, an eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth, but I tell you, do not resist an evil person. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to them the other cheek also. So this is pacifism. This is an idea, right? This is the definition of pacifism. I'm going to go get my Bible. This is pacifism. Matthew 5:38. I will be reading, when I refer to the Bible today, I'll be reading to see what you see on screen. But if I'm reading from the Bible in my hand, this is the ESV version, meaning the English Standard Version. Whatever the frick that means. And I also don't know who wrote this Quran translation that I'm reading, but his name is M.A.S. Abdel Halim. English Standard Version. $5.38. Matthew, Mark, Luke, Matthew. $5.38. Matthew 5, verse 38, according to the ESV version, is, they came to his house, the ruler of the synagogue, and Jesus saw a commotion, people weeping and wailing loudly. And when he had entered, he said to them, why are you making commotion and weeping? The child is not dead, but sleeping. Okay, this cannot be the right verse. Oh, I'm in Mark. Matthew 5:38. You have heard that it was said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist the one who is evil. Do not even resist. But if anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. So this is really freaking similar. I believe that Jesus is speaking metaphorically here. I don't think Jesus is actually saying, let someone slap you. Although, didn't Jesus do that when he died on the cross? He did. And that message reconciled with a lot of people. The idea of suffering for the sake of proving to people that you shouldn't be receiving this punishment by not fighting back. It's kind of a way of showing that you are not evil. Now, if you start fighting back, even if you're right, some people might assume that you're evil. Probably like what's happening in the Middle East right now, Palestine, right? People fight back and say that they're evil. But aren't they being kicked out of their land? Cordy, I mean, I did 2 hours of research. That's all I've done. I don't watch the news. I just did 2 hours of independent research, and I was like, seems to me that most of these people are being kicked out. Anyway, if you don't fight back, it's not, nobody will look at you crazy, like you're evil. The difference is here it says it's charity. In the Bible it says, Jesus says, do not resist an evil person. Do not. Now, I think Jesus was a Muslim, meaning I believe Jesus submitted to the will of God. because in the Bible he prayed to God. So I don't think that every word he's saying, he's being literal. He's definitely not. If anyone slaps you on the right cheek, turn to the other cheek also. I don't think he's saying you have to do this every single time. I think he's saying I think he just said it. Like, this could work. And it's facts. This does work. At least for me. Many times when I'm in arguments, when someone's arguing against me, when someone's accusing me of something, when someone's speaking evil at me, maybe even doing something evil at me that I'm perceiving as evil, I don't even fight back most of the time because I reflect on this verse and I reflect on this teaching and I don't fight back. And I always thought that I never could fight back also if I wanted to. And now, after studying the Quran, I think, so I'm giving charity by not fighting back. I could fight back. And I'm allowed to. I mean, you're allowed to do whatever you freaking do. There is no rules to life. It's just what you do. But it's saying, according to the Quran, that this is what God thinks. That God thinks that it's charity for you to forgive them, and you can. And eye for tooth. And I think this is liberating, and I think this is powerful, and I think this is why people don't like Islam, is because you are allowed to fight back. You are allowed to fight back, which is how the world freaking works and always will work. You are allowed to fight back. You are allowed to fight back. I mean, you do. People do fight back. If someone comes in your house, you fight back. That's how 99.9% of people are. But many people, I think, will say that that's wrong to fight back. But I'm thinking, I don't think Jesus meant never fight back. I don't think Jesus meant never fight back. I think he meant this is a tool in the tool pocket of defenses, is pacifism. You can pull out the pacifism and you can do pacifism and you can sit there and be like, what are you going to do? Hit me? Okay, hit me. He hit you. Okay. I didn't do anything wrong. And I'm going to sit here like a Buddhist monk and you can hit me, you can kill me. I'm not even going to stop because I'm not hurting anybody. And that's what I think the message of the cross is. And I think it's a beautiful message, but I think that people are forgetting that God is a jealous God. God wants his followers to be strong. God doesn't want a bunch of people being pushed around all the time. And if you do forgive people, it's out of charity. However, and it will be atonement for your sins. However, it's been ordained a life for a life, an eye for an eye, a nose for a nose, an ear for an ear, a tooth for a tooth. That's what I believe, and that's what I'm going to live by. Most of the time, I'm actually probably going to do this. Most of the time. Probably 99% of the time. I've never been in a street fight. I've never fought back. There's multiple times where I could have been in a fight, and I just realized this is so freaking stupid. Do you realize what you're saying? This is so dumb. You are saying the most stupidest things ever. And I'm just not even going to say anything. I'm not even going to respond back out of proof of how stupid this is. Yeah. Everyone has almost been in a fight. And if you haven't, then you probably will be. Almost be in a fight. And in a situation where it's going to be escalated. Maybe you've been in 50 fights. And this is the answer most of the time. To stop the evil. Which is what it says here in the Quran too. But I think that's the difference, is that it's taught in Islam that it's okay to fight back, and I think that gives power to you. And I think anything that gives power to you, anything that gives power to you is gonna be not liked by some group of people. So if you get empowered from these books, people are gonna not like these books. People are gonna not want you to read these books. They don't want you to have power. Why would society and the governing people above us want you to have power and be independent? Why would they want that? Because then it's going to cause commotion. It's going to cause problems. They want you to be subservient and just follow them. But you don't have to. You can fight back. But if you don't and you forgive them, it's charity. All right, I'm taking a break. What do you guys think about that conclusion? Even if you say no, I don't really care. What do you guys think? But I'm going to go take a break real quick after I hear your thoughts.
Chatted $4.99. Islam says be a strong man and protect your women, children, and family. A man can't say, oh, hit my wife and he'll look away. He must protect.
I agree. I think the Bible verse has another meaning to it. Oh, Silverio, SDG. Yeah, I agree with you. I think the Bible is saying the same thing the Quran is saying here. I think it's saying metaphorically, Jesus is just speaking in parables, and he's saying, guess what? What if you never fought back evil? What if you didn't fight back evil and instead you turned the other cheek? And people are probably saying, what in the world? I never thought of that. And that's what like the Buddhist monks teach when I stayed at a Buddhist temple for a week. This is how we fight back. You're gonna say something to me, you're gonna want to fight me. That's the message. I think that's what Jesus is saying. I also think Jesus would have agreed with this. I don't think he came to destroy the Torah. But that's the difference between Christians and the Christian theology and Islamic theology, belief. But when you really get through the labels of Christian and Muslim, these are freaking the same thing. We need to unite, believers. This is the same thing. It's like 95% the same thing. When atheism is not even related, and LGBTQ being pushed onto all of us, and be gay and be a little weakling and all just do what you're told. No, you don't need to do what you're told. You can fight back. Power. Power. Hafsa, how we doing? All right, y'all, I'm gonna go take a break. I'll be back.
Haram!
What happened to the timer, bro? What happened to the timer, bro? What happened to the timer? Okay, well, it's not letting me change anything. I'll be back in about 7 minutes. All right, chat. Much longer break than I intended, but that always happens every time. Had to do a favor for my buddy. All right, back to it. Latif, we got a El Latif in the chat. El Latif in the chat, please.
Drop 2002 NCAA. Super shut it $3.
Haram!
Read numbers 21-4-9 and John 3-7-16. We NCAA match.
My NCAA match. Okay. All right. Let's get ChatGPT to whip that up real quick. That's funny, bro. Let's see what versions. Okay, Numbers 21:4-9. I don't know the context of this, but here we go. They traveled from Mount Hor along the Mount Hor. They traveled from Mount Hor along the route to the Red Sea to go around Edom, but the people grew impatient on the way. They spoke against God and against Moses and said, "Why have you brought us out of Egypt to die in the wilderness? There is no bread, there is no water, and we detest this miserable food." Then the Lord sent venomous snakes among them. They bit the people, and many Israelites died. The people came to Moses and said, "We sinned when we spoke against the Lord and against you." We sinned against it and spoke against the Lord and against you. Pray that the Lord will take away the snakes from us. So Moses prayed for the people. The Lord said to Moses, "Make a snake and put it up on a pole. Anyone who is bitten can look at it and live." So Moses made a bronze snake and put it on a pole. Then when anyone was bitten by a snake and looked at the bronze snake, they lived. John 3:7-16. You should not be surprised at my saying you must be born again. The wind blows wherever it pleases. You hear its sound, but you cannot tell where it comes from or where it's going. So it is with everyone born of the Spirit. Oh my gosh. Tweet that. Freaking tweet that. Oops. That is beautiful. Chat, what do we guys think about this? Wow. Wow. It's like the wind. You must be I am. I am the wind. I am of the Spirit. I am going. You must I don't know if you guys get it. Do you guys get it? I know some of you do, and maybe I don't even fully understand it. But from my experiences of my spiritual experiences, the many experiences I've had and the many hours I spent contemplating it, I understand what he's saying. Also partly because of taking mushrooms, eating mushrooms has made me understand things on a much deeper level, and I understand what this is saying. From whatever the experiences of my life, I understand what this is saying. I don't know if you do, but if you don't, you will. If you keep thinking about it, if you seek, you will find. How can this be? Nicodemus asked. You are Israel's teacher, said Jesus, and you do not understand these things? Very truly I tell you, we speak of what we know and we testify to what we have seen, but still you people do not accept our testimony. I have spoken to you of earthly things and you do not believe it. Then how will you believe if I speak of heavenly things? No one has ever gone into heaven except the one who came from heaven, the Son of Man. Just as Moses lifted up the snake in the wilderness, so the Son of Man must be lifted up, that everyone who believes may have eternal life in him. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. Wow. That right there seems to me that Jesus, if this is what Jesus actually said, he's claiming to be God here. At least something. He's claiming to be something, right? He's claiming to definitely be a messenger of God at the least, and it seems that he's claiming to be God here. In other parts, it seems that he's not claiming to be God, or he says that he gets his power only from God. So is he really God if he gets his power from God? I mean, that would break the definition of God. But right here, either way, forget that. This is beautiful. Whether or not he's God, I don't know. Whether or not he even claimed to be God, I don't know. This makes it seem like he was. Maybe he was. I mean, according to this, he was. Let's go back to what we were doing earlier. Whew, tired. No, I'm not tired. Don't say you're tired. Don't say you're tired. Don't say you're tired. Never say you're tired. I'm not tired. I'm awake. Hey, a Fed said I gained weight. You serious? Am I muted? Am I muted? Oh my gosh, I thought I was muted that entire time. Do not resist an evil person. That's written in the Bible.
كفارة
كسبا نكالا من الله إيه؟
Wow, I got new headphones and this sounds amazing. I want to test him out. 5 times a day. 5 times a day. Yeah. Five times a day, do not delay. Offer the Lord, not for display. Hands by our knees, hands by the face, hands to our feet. That's how we pray. Wash away sins, wash away pain. Free Palestine, that's the campaign. Focus on Deen, it's hard to maintain. We all tend to sin. His mercies like rain. Rain. The ways of the Western culture is nonsense. All haram things, they be using it for content. Getting likes and followers are really just a contest. How you gonna gain if there is no benefit? All the young girls, they be trying to be feminists. All the young boys, they be trying to move militant. Just cause you sin, it don't make you a kafir. Think long term, visualize the hereafter. Every single day is a brand new chapter. Success. Life is a temp, bow down to your master. 5 times a day is a really big factor. All of the blessings will come to you faster. Just cause you sin, it don't make you a kafir. Life is a temp, bow down to your master. Every single day is a brand new chapter. 5 times a day is a really big factor. Think long term, visualize the hereafter. And all of the blessings will come to you faster. For sure. I need to take this. I can't see. I don't want to see how it sounds. As the hereafter, and all of the blessings will come to you faster. For sure. And all of the blessings will come to you faster. For sure. Oh, so when I talk, it's actually caught up with it. So if I sing Jesus, according to this. Okay. All right. So it says Quran is forgiving as atonement for your sins. And the Bible says do not resist an evil person. Fight in the way of Allah against those who fight against you has 2 meanings. First, it allows Muslims to fight those who fight them, a reflection of the permission given in verse 20-39. The phrase who fight you shows that Muslims cannot be aggressors. Fight in the way of Allah against those who fight you. The phrase who fight you shows that, okay. I read a hadith this morning. Guys, does anyone know the hadith, how I can Google it, what to find, chat? I tried to get ChatGPT to help me out, and it didn't understand what I was saying. So chat, how can I get...
Benny Born Again super chatted $10. I got all the money in the world for my Lord Jesus. You can never silence Jesus, Latif. Guy wasn't spamming and I am not crying. If anything, you being rude displays your foundation.
Latif, what is going on? Benny, what's happening? Hey, we got Kurt in the mo freaking chat! What is happening? Okay, nobody needs to be muted. Again, the rules, I cannot for sure say that the rules are being followed by the moderators because I am not watching the chat all the time. However, Latif and other moderators are only supposed to mute anyone who is spamming. Freedom of speech is allowed. You're allowed to say whatever words you want. You're allowed to say whatever, just like I'm allowed to say whatever on stream. And if you don't like someone who's saying bad things in the chat, then you don't have to join the stream, but this is an open chat. So please, Latif, do not time anyone out for any reason besides spamming. Latif, Grayson, this guy is crying because I timed him out, Mr. Fake PhD, because he was spamming. Okay, well. Either way, Kurt's in the chat, so everything's going to be okay because Kurt here. Grayson, you know me, brother. Don't listen to this joke, man. Latif, I actually have never met you in life, so I can't say for sure I know you, bro. And until that day, or when that day comes, then I will be able to say I know you. I have talked to Latif, and I got to say, I cannot lie. He's a real G, and I, inshallah, will meet him in person soon this year. Who knows? Maybe Latif is the next Ted Bundy. Nah, I have to assume, though, Latif, I've never shook your hand. But either way, even if I've shook your hand, I can't see what you guys are doing. I can't see what's happening unless I'm watching. Okay. So... Grayson, damn bro, I've been doing some interesting research on this bro. Some interesting stuff. It is interesting. What, Kurt? What have you been doing research on specifically? What topics? You're talking about Islam in general? You're talking about specifically, are you allowed to fight an eye for an eye? It is interesting. Okay, so chat, this is what I came here before. Who can, I read a hadith this morning. It's the famous hadith book, Surah al, starts with a B. Or not surah. Starts with a B. Starts with a B. Famous hadith book. And at the beginning of the one I read is all about your parents. And it was all about treating your parents with respect. Hadith, 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 hadith. And then one of the hadiths, if you don't know what hadith is, it's just a quote apparently about Muhammad. Kind of like the Gospels of the Bible. Quoting Muhammad. And it was about how you are basically allowed to fight back if anyone is getting in the way of your religion. It is not forbidden. Latif. Oh, Latif. So, does anyone know what that hadith? Nobody knows that hadith? Okay, it's Baqarah. Surah Bullshitia. Steve C is back. Here we go. No... But the specific one, fight back if you're oppressed. Does anyone know? Oh my gosh, Dr. J's here. Glad you're here, brother. Okay, chat. We're supposed to stay focused out here. Kurt, I said you're going to take Shahada before Grayson. Hey, how do you know? How do you know? Latif, you're lowballing. He needs to get to the Middle East, at least $500 if you left. Oh my gosh. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted by this chat. It's just ongoing and it's so hard not to be distracted. But nobody, I was looking for hey, what's up, Joe? You guys are not even listening to me. You guys are arguing about nonsense stuff in the chat. Which you can do whatever you want. You're allowed to do that. I'm just noticing that you guys are bickering about nonsense. Bukhari. Where is it? Please tell me what hadith in Surah Bukhari, or not Surah. The Bukhari hadith that says it gives you permission, or it says Allah does not forbid to treat those just and fairly. To treat people just and fairly if they are preventing you from your religion. Oh yeah, and it says the hadith, and then it says this verse was revealed. In the Quran, there is a verse in Surah Al-Matimah chapter 6 that addresses how Muslims should treat those who do not fight them because of their religion. Allah does not, those who do not fight them because of their religion? Allah does not forbid you from those who do not, dude, the wording is so confusing. Allah does not forbid you from those who do not, so wait, a double not. There's a double not. So that's a double negative, so that's a positive.
Frank super chatted $9.97. Isaiah 42 talking about a prophet coming to the people of Kedar, Arabs, and that he will be on the mountain tops of Selah, a mountain in Medina. Could this be about Muhammad?
Isaiah 42. I think I've read some of that. I think it could be about anyone. I think it's general enough to say that someone is coming that's going to do this. And I think it ended up happening. Not the specific Isaiah 42, because I can't quote that off the top of my head, but I've read a few chapters in Isaiah, and I thought, this could be about someone could still fit this description in the future. I'm not really sure, though. Today I'm not looking into that. Panfrags, shout out, thank you for the message. Right now I'm looking in, so this verse. So Allah does not, I think this verse is saying you're allowed to fight back if people are preventing you from your religion. It's basically saying, don't let anyone get in the way of your religion. You are allowed to deal with them however you want, if they're stopping you from your religion, because that in itself is breaking freedom of religion. So if you can't practice your religion, then you are allowed to fight back. Allah does not forbid you from those who do not fight you. Okay, wait. Allah does not forbid you from those who do not fight you. I don't understand the wording. Allah does forbid you from those who fight you because of religion and expel you from your homes, from being righteous toward them and acting justly toward them. Chat GBT, help me understand this, bruh. This wording is too confusing, bruh. I'm just a 21-year-old little boy, bruh. I'm just streaming live from Texas, bruh. And I'm trying to understand this verse, bruh, from the Quran, bruh. But there's too many knots. There's so many knots that I can't tell what it is saying. Not. Please help me understand. Please help me understand. Sure, I can help you understand this verse in simpler terms. Let's break it down. Allah does not forbid you from those who do not fight you because of religion and do not expect from your house. This means that Allah does not prevent you from being good to people who do attack you because of your religion and who do not... What? Allah allows you to be good and fair to those who are peaceful towards you regarding your religion and do not force you to leave your house. Allah loves those who act with justice. Ah, I see.
I'm just here super chatted $4.99. You are correct because also in Surah Al-Baqarah 191 you are allowed to kill the disbelievers.
And which one? I don't think it's saying kill the disbelievers. I'm just here. You are correct because also in Surah Al-Baqarah 191 you are allowed to kill the disbelievers. If someone attack you for your religion, you cannot befriend these people. Okay, Azu, I think that's what it's saying. I'm just here. I'm not sure. I think there's some more context to that. I don't think it's just saying... I think it's saying if someone... Well, okay, I don't know what that verse is saying. I know this verse is saying you... Like, basically, you should be a good and fair to those who are peaceful towards you regarding your religion. The ones who don't force you to... who don't kick you out of your homes. Allah loves those who act with justice. Allah only forbids you from those who fight you because... Oh, the very next verse. Okay, let's... Okay, what verse is this? 60... 61? No, that's not it. Verse 9. So 8 and 9. Okay, let's see what it says.
لا من لا ينهاكم الله عن الذين لم يقاتلوكم في
Supporting others and doing so. Yeah, say someone's friend and stuff. Yeah, it makes sense.
إذا جاء
Guys, should I pop a little upper decky to get me more fired up? Okay. Notes. Do not be friends with one who is fighting you, kicking you out from your home for your religion. For your faith. So if someone is fighting you, meaning, I believe that means physically fighting you, not with words. If someone is physically fighting you or kicking you out of your home, according to the Quran, do not be friends with them. Do not be allies with them, do not support them, and do not support people who are supporting them. And if you are, then you have now become one of the wrongdoers, according to this verse. And I would say, What do you think, chat? Silverio, what do you think? Tacaverse! Hey, we got Bilal Attack in the chat. Why empower your enemies? Hey Latif, if anyone's spamming, just mute them for a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. If they continue to spam after you've been muted, if I ask, if you could just mute them again. You don't even need to say don't mute or don't spam. People know not to spam. If anyone is spamming, no matter what they're saying, even if they're saying something good and they're spamming it, no spamming because they're not even saying it. The chat is for the people to type, not for someone to just be copying and pasting a message. This chat is freedom of speech. Can we get some freedom of speech W? My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old and I'm currently streaming live from Texas. I'm on a mission to conquer every fear of my life, to find God, to find out the truth, and to ultimately become the best man I could possibly be. We are all on the same journey, my brothers. We are all on the same journey, my sisters. We all want peace. We all want family to be safe. We want us to be secure. We want our life to be secure. We want to have food on the table. We want to eat McDonald's. No, just kidding. We want to be strong. None of us want to be fat. None of us want to be lazy. None of us want to be broke. We all want the same thing. All right? I'm glad you guys are here learning something new. This is what I've been learning so far today. If you would like to directly support me, my journey, my YouTube channel, the stream, you can click the link in my bio and buy me a coffee. I'm glad you guys are here. And again, as always, I hope you're learning and getting better, stronger, and wiser. That being said, I've done 0 push-ups today. What the frick? I gotta do 100. So let me knock some out. Whoa! Crowd shot. Oops. Hey, who did those with me? Who did those with me? Update the counter. 25.
Takava super chatted $6.31. Do some push-ups so you get that unbreakable and unshakable Bilal physique.
Tacaverse! Alright. I'm pretty inspired by Tacaverse right now. Sisters, lower your gaze if you want to. I'm doing 100 push-ups right now! Let me connect my freaking headphones and get locked in. Tacaverse just inspired me. How do I connect this? if you want to. Of course, it's your choice. Everything is your choice. Can't say I didn't warn you. Let's get my new freaking headphones. 5 times a day. Do not delay. All for the Lord. Hands by the knees. Hands by the face. Let's freaking go. I'm connected. The ways of the Western world. I gotta get that. I want to talk to this guy so bad. AP. Shout out AP.
Who did not one person that went to the end of the hallway, not one person had anything to say. Not one person had anything to say.
Next time, okay?
Via Rail is apologizing after a Muslim man from Toronto says he was told he couldn't pray at the Ottawa train station and told to go outside instead. CTV Toronto's Raheem Ladani is at Guildwood GO station tonight with the details. Raheem, what happened?
So I found an empty corner to pray in, an empty hallway. In the hallway there was a corner. I was praying there. I come back to where my bags and stuff were at the rail station. Turn back to security corner. What are you doing? Can't be praying here.
Look, the ways of the Western world have us moving in the wrong direction. We're seeking guidance. Oh Lord, we need your protection. It's so easy to go down the wrong path, even more difficult to come back. All you really need is God, just one friend. Listen up close, my young friends. Listen, young man, I was once in your shoes, chilling with the homies, chilling with the crew, smoking on that, sipping on that, trying to bag you out on Snap, on WhatsApp, chilling with the Akis, gripping on the strap. The trap, it really is a trap. I know you heard that. Louder said it loud, been burned that. Ashamed of the past, but that's what made me. Look at all my bros that betrayed me. The real ones stayed, the fake ones left me. They call me the great one. Like Gretzky, saints have a past. Sinners got a future. Don't trip, Mr. Drug User. You can change your ways, you don't need to think twice. If you don't, you gon' have to pay the price. The life that we live is crazy, trust me. Remember being broke, I was dusty, crusty, eyes full of tears, heart broke, nose run. Now my life sweet like hun, fun. All it really took was time and patience. Praying to Allah, put my faith in. Now they all watch like surveillance. I was on the news every station. Looking at my mom like I made it, rated. That's your little boy turned mad, good gracious. Hope that you're proud, I know I let you down. So many times I had to see you frown. I had to be the change that I want in others. Start with talking to the brothers, my sisters, please listen. We're all on the same mission. We often forget, so let me remind you. You can achieve anything you put your mind to. Stand up for what you believe in. Success starts with a bit of dreaming. Speak up, you don't need to be whispering. Hard work pays off, act the world's listening. Get with it, or leave it alone. If you get with it, go hard or go home.
Yes. This has to do with my religion. No, this has to do with God. Put my faith in God's hands. I'm like, bro, if I lose my job because of this, so be it. He'll give me another, I guess, opportunity elsewhere, somehow, somewhere. I'm glad I was the one that went through the situation instead of somebody that they didn't know how to control their temper, or someone that was weak and vulnerable that would have started crying, and who knows, it could have like broken them down completely.
Facts. I don't have the energy to stream today, but I got the energy to do push-ups. I'm putting it all in my push-ups. I can't stream today, my head hurts. But ain't no excuses out here, boys.
Has there ever been a time when it was time to pray and you were with a group of people at that time of day? Maybe with a group of buddies who nothing about a lot, or yet a teacher or a boss, someone you really respect a lot, and you wish to take a moment but you knew not what to say. You're afraid that they will look back in that funny type of way. You're that fellow's kinda loco from somewhere in Morocco. A backwards for the man to respect him is a no-no. Fear in the eyes, you feel the butterflies, you feel the apprehension, then you want to compromise. They will think that I'm an ignorant, lonely type of indigent. Camel riding, always fighting, crazy type of immigrant. You stay and do not pray because you fear what they will say. You forget the I'm thinking about the Muslims who wasn't willing to represent. Cause some of them giving the dawah, giving the word wherever they went. Bringing the people to Quran, whatever they do, their faith is strong. Helping to show the true Islam, cause here in the States they show it wrong. I really like to hear that Muslims everywhere are not afraid to go to school with cool Islamic wear. That sisters never fair to become hijabi there. That brothers with Islam caps instead of right here. No pressure from their peer, they keep their minds clear. Now those who think Muslims are terrorists are getting weird. So I ain't no chicken, afraid of a licking, afraid to represent and be down with the mission. Like Bilal, the companion when the time came around. He never failed, no one know he never backed down. Like Omar Mukhtar, I wanna go far. I gotta keep in mind that I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. Only Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. Only Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. Only Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. Only Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. Only Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah. I only fear Allah. I only fear my Lord Allah.
Sponsors.
حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل 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 حسبنا الله ونعم الوكيل.
Okay, back to notes. W taggerverse. So, let's summarize. Eye for an eye study. Actionables, I don't have them yet. Today's July 1st, 2024. Today's the best day I've ever been alive, and today's my favorite day of my entire life. Because every day is. Because I love my life. Smiling is charity. Okay, what have I learned today? Eye for an eye. What does the Quran say? What notes have I taken? What have I learned? I've learned that the Bible says do not resist an evil person. I've learned that the Quran says if you forgive someone, it's atonement of your sins. I've learned that the Quran also says do not be friends with one who is fighting you, kicking you from your home because of your religion. If someone is fighting you and making you leave your house, meaning conquering your house. This is like war. Saying if someone's coming in to take your house because of your religion. If you are being expelled from your literal home for your religion, don't be friends with them. That's what the Quran says. Man, Kurt. W's, bro. So, Palestine? So, yeah, doesn't that mean that this gives right for the Palestinian people to fight back? It does, at least to me. It seems to me, according to my 2 hours of research into this topic that's probably spans 2,000 years. I did 2 hours of research though, so I fully understand what's happening and I fully understand every detail. No, I don't. But I understand the principles of the Quran, and the Quran says you can fight back. If someone is basically trying to kill you because of your religion, don't be friends with them. Obviously. Don't be friends with them, and you're allowed to fight back. W's. W's, empowering. That's what happens when you get empowered, is you're allowed to fight back. You get W's in the chat. What do y'all think? Do you think that's W's? Albert thinks it's a W, and Rabia also thinks it's a W. Ken thinks it's a W. Under the face of occupation, resistance is an obligation. I mean, I think it means like how I view it as, of course it's an obligation to resist slavery. Slavery is a choice. Slavery is a choice.
What's good? Kanye, how you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen, Northwest's father.
What's good? Kanye, how you doing, man?
What's good?
Welcome
How you
to
doing?
Kanye.
Thank you so much. So, first of all, thank you so much for coming here and doing this. I want to start with what everybody is talking about, because I don't think people necessarily understand what happened last week with the Make America Great Again hat. So everybody wants to hear from you, and I want to have a discussion about it. What drove you to that? What was your point? What are you trying to do with the message you're sending?
Well, it was really just my subconscious. It was a feeling I had, you know, like people were taught how to think, we're taught how to feel. We don't know how to think for ourselves. We don't know how to feel for ourselves. People say feel free, but they don't really want us to feel free. And I felt a freedom in, first of all, just doing something that everybody tells you not to do. Like, you can't do it for this reason, you can't do this for that reason. So, and you know, I'm not coming up here to justify anything. It's, you know, you can't tell me nothing. I made the song, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can't tell me what I'm, you know, supposed to do. And also, it's like the idea of icons and representations. You know, I don't subscribe to icons. You take like the Nazi symbol. If you go to India, it's all over the place, but it doesn't represent that. It represents something different. So for me to wear that hat means I want to make America great in my own way. So,
yeah.
so were you wearing the hat specifically to show support for Donald Trump?
Or was it a bigger statement about free thought?
What? I mean, I'm an artist, right? So to ask an artist, there's infinite reasons. There's infinite reasons to the why an artist does something. An artist doesn't need suggestions. An artist needs paintbrush and a canvas. So this opened up a conversation. I'm probably gonna do the least good explanation of why. I'm just connected with the universe, period. You know, I'm just, and that's gonna come off whack. Don't try to wacko-jacko me for saying that, because that's what the media is trying to do. They're attacking me with these smoke screens that I'm not gonna fall for. Like, I see you got Daz Dillinger on here. So they put a media takeout that said the Crips have a hit on Kanye West, right? And I said, wow, this is really like the Malcolm X movie. They're really gonna send some black people to kill me. And then when I read it, it said the Crips are gonna beat Kanye up when they see him. And I was like, oh, that's so dope. They love me. That's like my brother. Your brother beat you up. Like, man, you getting out of line, bro. You tripping. I'm gonna beat you up. I was like, oh, man, that's love, man. Daz loved me, and I love Daz. And
so you're not taking that seriously?
That's how you took it when you saw the video of Daz saying...
Oh, you could live through an ass whooping. You ain't gonna live through, you know, what I think that they're probably the idea is to beat sense into me. But, you know, when you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all? You know, like, it's like we're mentally in prison. I like the word prison because slavery goes too direct to the idea of blacks. It's like slavery, Holocaust Jews, slavery is blacks. So prison is something that unites us as one race, blacks and whites being one race. That we're the human race. We're human beings and stuff. And eventually, you know.
Can I go back to something you just said? Because I don't want to let it pass. You said that slavery was around for 400 years. At a point, it becomes a choice?
Yeah, right now we're choosing to be enslaved. We're like, okay, so Ebro, I FaceTime him, and I'm there with Candace, right? And Ebro starts bringing up his version of facts, right? And Candace has facts. She's researched,
Candace
right?
Owens.
Candace Owens has facts. She's researched. And then Candace just pulls out her Jedi lightsaber and just, chops Ebro's head off with facts. Then Ebro FaceTimes me the next day, and he's talking about the scoop and poop. He wants to talk about music now. I said, yo, you gonna have Candace on your show? He's like, nah, I'm not. She's mean. So you're gonna stifle her voice, Ebro. You're choosing to enslave people's minds. You're choosing to not let the truth be free.
Can I give you my translation of what happened last week and tell me if it's right?
Okay.
The way I see it, you don't necessarily endorse, embrace the views of Donald Trump. You're not taking this seriously?
That's how you took it when you saw the video of Daz saying...
Oh, you could live through an ass whooping. You ain't gonna live through, what I think that they're probably the idea is to beat sense into me. But
listen.
When you hear about slavery for 400 years, that sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all? It's...
The thing is, people don't understand what he's saying. People say that and they're offended. He's not being offensive. He's literally black. According to what was going on in the USA, if Kanye was living in the South, he could have been born into slavery. I mean, slavery is still going on around the world. Everything is a different version of slavery. And what he's saying is everything is a choice. Everything is a choice. Nobody can take your soul. Nobody can take your spirit. You have a choice to think in a mindset of slavery, or a mindset of I'm gonna get out of this. I'm gonna get out of this. We're gonna get out of this. And I'm always gonna feel that way, even if I was put into a box and chained up. And heaven forbid that happens to me. God, please do not allow that to happen, because I can talk the talk, God. I honestly don't want to walk that walk. I know that I will always believe in myself. Even if I am chained up and can't move, I will believe that my soul is still free. I am free. Again, talk is cheap, and I pray God doesn't test me for that. But I think this relates to what I've been learning today regarding eye for an eye. You're allowed to fight back. Don't be weak. Don't be weak. Don't just resist. Don't just sit there and just get taken. Don't just resist. Don't just resist by not resisting. Sometimes that definitely is the play, pacifism. But it's not always the play. At least I don't think it is. It hasn't worked for me. Slaves were only owned by the rich. Bro, we still are slaves. Slavery is just a different form. For example, 99% of people who do the hard labor in the US, the physical labor that nobody wants to do, are immigrants. So it's just it's a system of slavery. And I'm not even saying that it should be some other way. I don't know how else the world would work besides people being motivated by money. Kurt, let's do it freaking today. Kurt, you want to hop on stream in 25 minutes at 3:30 Texas time? Tacaverse in the Don't Be Fat gang. Welcome, Tacaverse! Okay. Let's plan something. What about tomorrow, Kurt? Do you need me to give you like a time? Because tomorrow I'll be researching something for the beginning of the stream. In the second half, I always talk to people normally. So, we could talk. I can do tomorrow after 6. Okay, I probably won't be streaming tomorrow after 6. What about Wednesday, Kurt? What about Wednesday? Wednesday, are you free before 6? Or is it your schedule you're free after 6 for the next several days? Dr. J, shut up, little boy. Okay, you work 10 to 6. Okay, Kurt, I'll hit you up. I'll keep that in mind. I don't know if it's going to work this week then, because I don't know if I'm going to be streaming after 6. Where'd it go? Where'd the chat go? Okay, W's Kurt. Hey, Takaver's got that green name. Come on, Taka. Roro, how we doing? I don't remember, brother. Okay, slavery a choice. Y'all got, hey, who thinks slavery a choice, though?
For 400 years? For 400 years? That sounds like a choice. Like, you was there for 400 years and it's all of y'all? You know, like, it's like we're mentally in prison. I like the word prison because slavery goes too direct to the idea of blacks. It's like slavery, Holocaust.
It's a choice. It's a choice not to resist it, though. That's what I think he means. It sounds like a choice. You have to resist it. What I think is the Quran is saying is resist it. Resist it. Resist it. You have to resist and break free. Just like God wanted the Israelites to break free. Give me an example of a story in the Old Testament where God orders the Israelites to go and kill and fight another group of people. Well, known story from the Old Testament, God orders the Israelites to fight and destroy another group of people is the story of the Battle of Jericho. The story is found in the book of Joshua, particularly in Joshua 6. Background. After the death of Moses, Joshua became the leader of the Israelites. God commands Joshua to lead the people into the promised land, Canaan. God's command. God instructs Joshua to conquer the city of Jericho, which is fortified and strong. The strategy. God gives Jericho specific instructions on how to capture the city. For 6 days, the Israelites are marched around the city, each day with the Ark of the Covenant, accompanied by 7 priests blowing the trumpets. What is Ark of Covenant? I forgot. Is it the Torah? It's one of the most significant sacred objects in the Hebrew Bible Testament. Is it the... But what is it? Okay, contents. Tablets of the law, the 2 stone tablets inscribed with the 10 commandments. Okay, so the Torah. Aaron's rod, the staff that Buddy to confirm Aaron's priesthood. Okay. A sample of the bread that God provided for the Israelites during their 40 years in the desert. Oh, wow. According to the Hebrew Bible. Okay. So they marched around this fort of Jericho. According to the Bible, this is a Bible story about how God ordered them to conquer the city. They marched around Jericho, according to ChatGPT. They marched around Jericho with the Ark of the Covenant. And the Ark of the Covenant includes the laws, meaning the Torah, the 10 Commandments, the don't be fat gay. And on the 7th day, they were to march around the city 7 times. After the 7th time, the priests are to blow the trumpets, and the people are to shout loudly. The outcome: when the Israelites follow God's instructions exactly, the walls of Jericho collapse, and they are able to enter the city. They are commanded to destroy everything in the city, men, women, young and old, as well as animals, by the sword. They are also instructed to burn the city and all that is in it, but to save silver, gold, and articles of bronze and iron for the treasure of the Lord's house. Scriptural reference: Joshua 6:16-29. I ain't going to trust ChatGPT with the books, the words of a holy book, so I'm going to go to my own personal Bible right here. This is the English Standard Version. My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old. I'm 21 years old. I'm currently streaming live from Texas. If you'd like to directly support the stream of my journey and my conquering the world with freedom of speech and be part of the gang of people who are independently thinking and sharing their ideas, you can directly support by buying me a coffee to support free speech. Let's read this passage and learn today about what it means to have an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Does the Bible say this? The Quran says it. It says that it's also the most beautiful thing to forgive someone when they have wronged you. And that's what Jesus says. Jesus says forgive in the Bible, according to the Bible. And in the Quran, according to the Quran, it says to forgive. It's the most beautiful thing. But the law still stands. The Torah still stands, an eye for an eye. And I'm reading a book from Joshua, a book of the Bible, about, apparently ChatGPT says they were commanded to destroy everyone in the city, men, women, and children, in Jericho. And this is the passage. Let's see if that's actually true. Whoa. Wow. Benjamin Argon. Benjamin Argon. Yo, Benjamin Argon actually did send... Bro. Benjamin. Let's read Benjamin's message. Benjamin left a super chat. He left a $200 super chat through Buy Me a Coffee. You guys were telling him... Let's read his message. Hey, Brock. First, he said, YouTube wouldn't let me purchase this for some reason, but here you go. Feel free to tell Latif and stream. This is from Benjamin Argon. Hey, Brock. This one's for Jesus, and for you, of course. Latif, God bless you and your family. I recommend reaching out to any Christian. Mike Winger, David Wood, inspiring philosophy, God logic, what do you mean, etc. It would benefit the world if you hosted a debate between the two religions. Wow. Benjamin, thank you for your message. Thank you for supporting the stream. God willing, if I don't die within the next several months, I think I've said this before, and talk is cheap. After I'm focusing specifically on Islam right now and researching it, because I want to understand it more. I have essentially researched Christianity for the past 20 years, so I'm trying to gain some type of relevant knowledge in Islam. Really, they're like the same religion. But I'm trying to learn about Islam specifically and what the traditions are, what the book says, what the hadith say, what people believe, the differences between Muslims, because I know the difference between Christians, at least enough to feel confident to discuss it. So Benjamin, I'm looking forward to talking with some of these people and looking into Christianity, meaning debating, hosting a debate between two different religions. That would be sick. And possibly sooner, because it seems like many people would want that, including you, Benjamin. Thank you for support. I am looking forward to doing that. Yeah, dude, he actually did send that. You bet your ass I'm on that stream. Oh, yeah, Kurt, yes. Kurt, it should be me and you moderating between two religions. Ayan said, I'm confused what we're doing right now. I'm researching if the Bible says an eye for an eye, and I'm researching if the Quran says an eye for an eye. The seventh time around, when the trumpets blast, where is Joshua? Matthew, Mark, Luke. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Genesis, and... This is what we're doing right now. Question that I'm currently, like, right now trying to figure out is, does the Old Testament of the Bible agree with eye for an eye? Where is Joshua in the Bible? How far into it is it? I don't want to read from ChatGPT. I want to read from the Bible. Found Joel. Micah. Where is it? Bet, Kurt. Anyone know where Joshua is in the Bible? What books it's near? Like how close to the beginning? Hey, thank you, bro. Grayson, what you're doing is legendary. 6th book. Isa 60, thank you. Dr. J, eye for an eye will make us all blind. But Dr. J, what if someone punches your wife? What are you going to do? Like, I think that if you could prove that someone raped someone, they deserve death. I think you should eradicate their bloodline from existence. Because I believe in God, and I believe in the holy books. And reading the holy books, God seems to agree with these statements. Now, then you get down to how does that actually get put into play in real life? Because what if someone gets falsely accused? But I said if you can prove. Not the bloodline, though. Well, I mean, like, that person should not, their bloodline, meaning their blood, should not be able to, they shouldn't be able to procreate after that. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy, Joshua, oh yeah, Joshua, Judges, Ruth. Deuteronomy. Joshua 6:16. Joshua 6:16. Let's see if the God in the Old Testament was vengeful and told them to kill the women and children of this city. Joshua 6:16. The fall of Jericho. I'm going to read. Okay. Where does it say kill women and children? Oh, right there. However, in the cities, they devoted the city of the Lord and destroyed with the sword every living thing in it, men and women and young and old, cattle, sheep, and donkeys. So in the story of Jericho, Joshua chapter 6, verse 21. Then they devoted all in their city to destruction, both men and women, young and old, oxen, sheep, and donkeys, with the edge of the sword. So, according to this, and according to the book in Joshua in the Bible, after Jericho marching 7 times around, it fell, and they devoted the city to God and destroyed with the sword every living thing in it. So they used the sword to kill men. They used the sword to kill women. They used the sword to kill young children and old people, and cattle, and sheep, and donkeys. They killed everything. But now the religion is all about just pacifism. Hasn't it changed? Doesn't that mean it's changed? Which I guess would be agreed upon by Christians, that it's a new covenant. I just find myself, right? I don't even think I'm fully equipped to, you're never really fully equipped to completely understand the two religions of Christianity and Islam. However, I can say for a fact that following Islam makes my life better. For me. Now, if you try it, maybe you feel otherwise. It's making my life better. That's ultimately the ultimate proof that I'm doing something right. If it's making my life better, then I'm just going to keep doing it. Because it's objectively making my life better. It reminds me to keep pure intentions. It reminds me to pray. It reminds me to be alone. It reminds me to turn off my phone throughout the day, throughout every day. It pushes me to wake up early. It pushes me to be pure, to have pure intentions, to not seek anything that is not going to satisfy me, that is fake pleasure. So I'm following it, and I'm trying my best to, and I'm learning more about it. And I think it's actually in the Bible. I think this is Islam. It's resisting the mindset that's being pushed onto you. It's resisting it. What do you guys think? Chat. Has says Jesus is the bread of life. Wait, Grayson, Islam isn't violent. Yeah, 99% of the time, it shouldn't be violent unless it needs to be. I think that's what it's saying. I'm going to write that down. What I'm getting is it shouldn't be violent. Be violent. It shouldn't be violent. It shouldn't be a violent life unless it needs to be. It shouldn't be a violent life unless it needs to be. Hey, anyone who's watching the stream right now, refresh and catch up live. Refresh and catch up live. Come on, let's be live together. How can submission to God be violent? Gina Dean, let's provide, if you're submitting, how can submission to God be violent? That's a good question. I'm going to replace that pinned message. How can submission to God be violent? Give an example. I just put give an example of when submission to God would result in violence. Well, I'll give an example from the Bible. God commanded, according to these verses right here, according to the story of Jericho, the people the Israelite people were ordered to march around the city, everything in it, and kill, and they ended up killing all these. I don't know if they were directly ordered, if there's a verse that says that they were ordered to do that. But let's read this story, Deuteronomy 20, 16, 18. Deuteronomy 20. ChatGPT. The Bible is a very complicated book, and I don't want to do a disservice by taking a story out of context, especially for me and my viewers who know possibly even less than me about the Bible. So for Deuteronomy 20, verses 16 through 18, can you please provide some context with why in the world is God saying to kill everything that is alive and breathes? That sounds very scary. I thought God was love. The verse in Deuteronomy 20:16 can be indeed seem very harsh and challenging to understand, especially when considered in isolation. Providing context is crucial for understanding why these commands were given and how they fit into the larger narrative of the Bible. Let's explore the historical, theology, and cultural times to better understand these passages. Historical context. Conquest of Canaan. The Israelites were entering the promised land Canaan, which was inhabited by various tribes. Deuteronomy. The Israelites were entering the promised land. The Israelites were entering the promised land, which was inhabited by various tribes. These tribes practiced idolatry and were involved in practices that were considered immorally and spiritually corrupt by the standards of the Israelite faith. What verse does it claim? Please provide all and every statements of this story. Cite your sources. Okay, primary source. Primary source in Deuteronomy. Okay, additional context. Wait, please give me the previous answer, the exact same previous answer. I liked it better because it helped me understand it more. But provide your citations for the reasons you were giving me. So here's a detailed explanation. Deuteronomy 20. However, in the cities of the nations, the Lord your God is giving you. Do not leave anything in that breeze, completely destroy them. Okay, context and tradition. The Israelites were entering the promised land Canaan, which was inhabited by various tribes. The tribes practiced idolatry and were involved in practices that were considered morally.
Super chatted $6.31. PLS Watch the Prophet series starting from Adam to Isa. Will help you understand the difference between biblical prophets and Islamic account of them.
Hey, I appreciate the recommendation. Somali King, please watch the Prophet series starting from Adam to Isa. Adam to Isa. Adam to Jesus. Somali King, much love. I appreciate the suggestion. I'd love to watch that one day. Judgment on Canaanite practices. According to the Bible narrative, the Canaanites were involved in practices such as child sacrifice, cult prostitution, and other forms of idolatry that were abhorrent to God. The destruction of these nations was seen as a form of divine judgment against these practices. Citations: Deuteronomy 12:13, Leviticus 8:21, Deuteronomy 18:9-12. Child sacrifice. Do you guys think abortion is child sacrifice? Sacrifice to yourself because you're not submitting to God's will and you're sacrificing your child for your own life, even though you decided to make love? Aren't you basically sacrificing it? Isn't that the same thing? So they were told to go kill them. Is this why 9/11 happened? Because the USA practices this, and so extreme Muslims saw it as a form of I'm providing a extremist view. All only knew of 7th century guys. Chat, you guys with me on this? Come on. Stay with me. Wake up. We're learning today. We're learning. Someone, I forgot who, I didn't write down. Someone asked a good question. Why would submission to God ever be evil? And I'm saying sometimes it might call to fight evil with evil. Not necessarily. I mean, I don't think fighting evil with evil is evil. I think fighting evil could be good, like resisting slavery. Resisting. So, the command to destroy these nations was presented as God's judgment on their sins. In the biblical narrative, God is portrayed as just and righteous, and this judgment is seen as a necessary action to eradicate evil practices and prevent them from influencing the Israelites. The Israelites had a covenant relationship with God, which required them to remain faithful and obedient. The complete destruction of the Canaanite nations was intended to protect the Israelites from falling in idolatry and sin, thereby preserving the sanctity of their covenant with God. The primary concern was the purity of worship and the prevention of idolatry. The Israelites were to establish a community that was wholly dedicated to the worship of Yahweh, without the corrupting influences of the surrounding nations. The command to destroy everything that breathes, known as harem, or the ban, was a common practice in ancient Near Eastern warfare. It signified total devotion of the spoils of the war to the deity and was meant to prevent any form of assimilation or influence from the conquered peoples. Whoa. Symbolic language. Some scholars argue that the language used in these passages may be hyperbolic, a common rhetorical device in ancient texts. The emphasis on total destruction could be symbolic of complete separation from the practice of Canaanites rather than a literal command. Justice and love. In the biblical worldview, God's love and justice are not mutually exclusive. God's love for humanity includes a desire for justice and the eradication of evil. The harshness of these commands reflects the severity of the Canaanite practices and God's command to justice. What does that mean, Canaanite? The term Canaanite refers to the inhabitants of the ancient region of Canaan, which roughly corresponds in modern-day Lebanon, Israel, Palestine. Oh, I met a girl from Lebanon the other day, first time. Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, and parts of Jordan and Syria. The name Canaan itself has ancient origins and has been used in various archaeological contexts. Is anyone here from Lebanon? Oh yeah, I wasn't sharing my screen. Oops. Anyone here from Lebanon? Guys, I think Kurt Toysher's from Lebanon. Okay, Ibrahim Faz from Syria, much love. So God... My name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old. If you would like to directly support the stream, you can buy me a coffee in the link below. I'm a 21-year-old kid just like you, and I'm committed to worshiping God entirely. And by doing that, I teach myself and I remind myself every day on this stream to not be fat, to not be lazy, to do push-ups, to not disrespect the body that God has given me. I worship God by constantly researching into things, and I hope that your life improves by watching the streams. Otherwise, don't watch it, because I don't think we should be doing anything that's making our life worse. And I pray and I hope that this makes your life better, and I pray that you do more push-ups. I pray that you're smarter and you're more confident in yourself. You can do anything. The only person that will ever stop you is yourself. I'm a young kid, and you might look at me and think this guy's young and doesn't really know what he's talking about, but I can tell you I have done many things in my life, and you probably have as well, that many people said that can't be done. That's impossible. You can't do that. You can't do that, or that's gonna be really hard. And I've done it every single time. Every single time. Every single time someone says, that's gonna be too hard, I don't think you can do that. I always do it! So, you can do anything. What am I doing right now? I'm trying to look at the Canaanites. And today, what am I doing? You might be just joining the live stream and think, what is this little chotch doing? What is this little cutie patootie doing right now on stream? And I'm researching an eye for an eye, if that's a good philosophy that we should still follow today. Jesus says in the Bible to resist evil by not resisting. The Quran says when you forgive someone that wronged you, it's the greatest thing. The Quran also says if someone is preventing you from worshiping God, is preventing you from your religion, they are literally trying to kill you for it. You don't have to just sit there and take it. And in the Old Testament, the Bible, the story I'm reading right now, there's a story about God sending the Israelites to go and destroy the Canaanite people who were in the Promised Land. And they were, according to the Bible, they were idolaters. They were doing things such as child sacrifice. Aren't we still doing that today? It's called abortion. Child sacrifice. So God ordered them to go kill them. In the Bible. If you're a Christian, you believe in the Bible. You believe that God said this in the Old Testament. If you claim to believe in the Bible. So it ain't that crazy. The God of Islam, which is the same creator, there's only one God. That's the belief of all these religions. But some people claim that the God of the Quran is different, but it's the same God. At least to me. I can tell you it seems to be the same type of tone. The tone of the God in the Old Testament is freaking scary. Which is, fear the Lord. Fear the Lord. God said to destroy the Canaanite people. And it says right here, laws concerning warfare, Deuteronomy 20. Deuteronomy 20. Laws concerning warfare. When you go into war against your enemies and see horses and chariots, and an army larger than your own, you shall not be afraid for them, for the Lord your God is with you, who brought you out of the land of Egypt. And when you draw near to the battle, the priest shall come forward and speak to the people, and shall say to them, Hear, O Israel, today you are drawing near of battle against your enemies. Let not be your faint. Do not fear or panic or be in dread of them. For the Lord your God is he who goes with you to fight for you against your enemies, to give you the victory. This sounds like the Quran. Then the officer shall speak to the people, saying, Is there any man who has built a new house and has not dedicated it? Let him go back to his house, let him die in the battle, and another man dedicate it. Is there any man who has planted a vineyard and has not enjoyed its fruit? Let him go back to his house, lest he die in the battle, and another man enjoy its fruit. Is there any man who has betrothed a wife and has not taken her? Let him go back to his house, let he die in the battle, and another man take her. And the officer shall speak further to the people and say, Is there any man who is fearful and faint-hearted? Let him go back to his house, lest he make the heart of his fellows melt like his own. And when the officers have finished speaking to the people, then commanders shall be appointed at the head of the people. When you draw near to a city to fight against it, offer terms of peace to it. And if it responds to you peacefully and opens to you, then all the people who are found in it shall do forced labor for you and shall serve you. But if it makes no peace with you, but makes war against you, you shall besiege it. And when the Lord your God gives it into your hand, you shall put all of its males to the sword. Put the woman and the little ones, the livestock, and everything else in the city. All its spoil. You shall take it as plunder for yourself. You shall enjoy the spoil of your enemies, which the Lord your God has given you. Thus you shall do it all the cities that are very far from you, which are not cities of the nations here. But in the cities of the people that the Lord your God is giving you for an inheritance, you shall save alive nothing that breathes, but you shall devote them to complete destruction. The Hittites and the Amorites, the Canaanites and the Perizzites, the Hivites and the Jebusites, as the Lord your God has commanded you, that they may not teach you to do according to all their abominable practices that they have done for their gods. And so you sin against the Lord your God. According to ChatGPT and according to ChatGPT citing verses previously in the Bible, the Bible says that they were doing things such as child sacrifice. Aren't we doing that today? Isn't that what abortion is? Isn't that what abortion is allowed in some states in the U.S.? The killing of a child, sacrificing it for your own gain. That's what the Bible is saying, and the Bible commanded God to go and kill them. The whole point of what I'm saying is the Quran doesn't seem so crazy now, does it? The Quran doesn't seem so crazy now, does it? The Bible, it's the same tone. It's the same tone. The Old Testament tone is freaking scary. The Old Testament tone is intense. Kurt, what do you think about this, brother? Everyone who's watching the stream right now, come on live. Refresh it so you make sure you're on live. What do you guys think? You think, bruh, God ain't playing around. What do you guys think? Hey, Destin, you here? Destin, you here? Destin? Hey, we got D in the chat. D, can you hear me? Destin, is this you? I can hear you. Let me, it's currently off stream. They can hear me. They should not be able to hear you right now. Do you want to, you cool with me putting this on stream? Like right now? Oh, you can't hear me. Okay. We can fix that. Don't worry. All right, don't worry. Figure it out. If you can just figure it out, and I can also ask the chat to help, because a lot of these guys are Discord pros. Okay, let me share my screen so they can hear you now.
All right, I can hear you.
You can hear me better now?
Yep.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, it's good to virtually meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, so obviously my name's Grayson. Your name, how do you say it if you want to share it with everyone? If not, you can keep anything private on stream. Like if I ever ask anything, of course you can reserve any right to answer a question, because I know some people don't want to everything to be known about them like me.
Yeah, no, sure, I don't mind. My name is Daston. I live in Boston, Massachusetts, so United States. I'm Kurdish originally. I don't know if many people know about Kurds. But so my parents, I was raised as a Muslim. I'm still kind of in between, kind of like you. Like I'm still discovering. I'm very religious. Like I believe in God, spiritual. I pray, but I don't follow any any specific way of prayer. And I'm right now I'm just reading Bible. I'm studying it. I'm reading New Testament just for discovery, just to compare it to what Islam says and, teachings of Jesus. And I find it beautiful. Like you said, I find it inspiring. I don't believe in a lot of things, especially when it comes to Jesus's character. But yeah, that's going to be a different discussion. But that's who I am and where I am at.
Hey, I appreciate you being open about sharing. We're all on a journey, and I'm sure many people can relate. I can relate, so I'm sure many others can relate. The hundreds of people listening right now. So what do you have you been listening to today's? I believe so. I appreciate all the support and seeing you in the chat. You're so involved. It's really nice to have people who are truly involved. I think it's helping, right?
Yeah. It's very interesting. Really nice. So, and it's very educational. Like it's the things that I'm looking for. The things the questions that are in my mind. So when I see your, discovering a specific topic, I'm like, oh yeah, let's do it. Let me participate. Yeah. Regarding this topic, I mentioned, Jesus said before. Let
me just preface for anyone who's just joining. I've been researching, and Daston, who's on stream right now. Daston, that's how you say your name, right? Daston?
Yeah.
Daston. Yeah. Daston, I've just finally virtually met Daston. He has been tuning into the stream. I've been researching an eye for an eye. If Jesus was against this, if Jesus was being metaphorical, if the Quran says this,
so I want to explain
anyone who's caught up now, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I want to explain something about Jesus. When Jesus said, if you're pray for your enemies, don't defend, whatever. So the situation at that time. So I read about this completely. This is a good lesson. Jesus says, love your enemies. Pray for those who prosecute you. So, but the situation, the date and time back then was different. So, people at the time, Romans were violating everything. They were taking taxes. They were killing people, crucifying people. They would come to your house. They would take your son, crucify it. They would ask for your money. And then all of a sudden this big prophet comes, which is Jesus, if you like, if Messiah or God, whatever, however you call it. But this prophet comes and people want him to save them from Romans. That's the biggest issue at the time. Like, you know, they want, like, if you are the Messiah, if you are the prophet that you say you are, come save us. Come go fight the Romans. Go, like, just destroy the whole Roman Empire. But Jesus's vision, he was seeing another thing. Like, he was seeing the bigger picture that a lot of people cannot see it, which was like using at someday in the future, those Romans actually become the biggest followers. So that's why he was like, people were getting frustrated. Like, they would ask him, like, why don't you kill all the Romans? They are killing us. And he would tell them, like, you know, be patient. Then that's like, that applies for that specific date and time. And it applies for a situation, the situation that you are in. Like, if you are in a situation where you are vulnerable, where, like, say the police comes to your house and there are like SWATs and police and sheriffs and whatever. And so at that point, love your enemies. I don't know, like, you know, like, don't fight back. That's the
I see
wrong
what you're
place to
meaning.
fight back.
You're saying that there's a context. I mean, obviously there's a context, but you're reminding that there's a context when he's saying this, and you don't believe he's saying literally.
I don't believe he's saying
if anyone
that.
ever slaps you or fights you, just turn the other cheek.
No, because like that would be like, if I come to your house and, you know, like if I came to your house and like steal something or like threaten you, and you are capable of defending on yourself, then
course. Come on,
you would defend yourself, you know, like, yeah. But like, if you are not in that position, then save your life, you know, like, try to save your life and save your kids. So yeah, and if you can utilize your enemies to become your allies at some point, which Jesus did, then love your enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's how I take it.
Okay.
Because I don't think it's like, you can't literally take it as a law. It's not. Yeah.
Dude, it seems to me that it is taken as a law in modern, from my experience. I can only speak from my experience, right? I know churches are different across the world. Churches are different. You could go to one church, you could drive 5 minutes away to go to another church, and there'll be a whole different vibe to it. But the kind of the lessons that I've gotten from going to church hundreds of times, going to youth camp, and studying the Bible, and all of that combined, it's teaching you to be a living sacrifice of a cross, like the literal cross image of not resisting evil by not resisting, which is why I've been attracted to the Quran, because it's like, there's nothing wrong with an eye for an eye. But then when I read it more into the Bible, I'm thinking, wait, the Bible is saying this too. That's where I'm at with like, part of me just feels so empowered by Islam and the teachings, like, because you can fight back.
That's my thing. And that applies to Islam as well. Like, for example, like ISIS or like those terrorist groups, like, they literally apply one verse and they think that verse is like, that verse might have been for a specific situation, specific time, date and time, like back then. But they literally take it and apply it to nowadays, and that's wrong. And that's the same thing Christians do when they apply gospels as is. Like, those are good teachings. You could use them, but take consideration of the date, time, and situation where those verses were written. So, for example, I was mentioning.
One second, this is going to come through.
In Islam, there are strict rules to follow even at war. Do not kill women, children, old people, workers, people who pray, people in holy places, enemies who give up, and animals. Don't destroy homes.
There are rules to yes. I'm sure there are. Continue, Dustin. Can you hear me? Dustin? We can continue speaking. Yes? Oh wait, quick question. Would you want to turn on your camera? It's completely up to you. You can decline. All good. Perfect.
I think it's 925 in Quran and also 905. It's Surah At-Tawbah, I believe. Those are like very
905? What verse?
let me so 929 905, yeah, 995 Surah 9 and verses 5.
I'm gonna put it up right now. Wonder if anyone in the chat has the entire Quran memorized. I met some people the other day who had the entire Quran memorized. I didn't even test them on it, but anyways, the verse you're saying, I'm gonna read it out loud. 9.
Yeah.
I don't know the context of this, but here we go. Surah chapter 9 verse 5. When the 4 forbidden months are over, wherever you encounter the idolaters, kill them. Oh, this is the famous verse. Wherever you encounter the idolaters, kill them, seize them, besiege them. Wait for them at every lookout post, but if they repent, maintain the prayer, and pay the prescribed alms, let them go on their way, for God is most forgiving and merciful. I'm going to read it again. When the 4 forbidden months are over, wherever you encounter the idolaters, kill them, seize them, besiege them, wait for them at every lookout post, but if they repent, maintain the prayer, and pay the prescribed alms, let them go on their way, for God is most forgiving and merciful.
So those
intense.
months are, it's Ramadan and I think the month after that. So when those months are over, which is called the holy month, like find those people who worship idols, kill them in every corner, basically. But according to some Muslims, if you idealize Jesus, then that applies to you. So is that if you take that literally, then go out and kill everyone. Yeah, but also you have to take in the consideration why was that aggressive? Why is it so aggressive? So it's not I don't agree with just reading Bible or just reading Quran. You have to study it, because a lot of people, a lot of those terrorist groups, when they do bad stuff, they literally take those verses and they apply it. Yeah. And my question was when do you turn
chat,
around?
You guys agree? You guys agree, chat?
Those are, it's, however you discuss it, some people might agree with it, some people might not. But if we agree with it, when does it, we should ask ourselves this question, when does it become violence? When is it defend? Define those lines, I'm defending myself, or I'm violating you.
I read a verse, let's see, in Surah chapter 60, I read the verse today that, paraphrasing, said, Surah 60 verse 8 and 9, paraphrasing, I believe it basically says, don't be friends with anyone who is fighting you, kicking out of your home for your religion. And I also pretty much think that it gives you permission to fight back if someone is stopping you from your religion. So wouldn't that be an example of a line?
Yeah, so the fight back, I'm okay with it. But in this one, the one I gave you, it's not even fight back. It's wherever you find them, go kill them, literally. But
wherever you encounter,
you know what I'm saying?
Whenever you encounter them.
Yeah,
wait for them. Oh yeah, wait for them at every lookout post.
So I don't know what the situation of that verse is, but I'm pretty sure there is a situation. It has, God says this for a reason. I'm to be honest with you, I don't want to include my personal journey, because I'm not fully a Muslim right now because of some of those verses.
The chat is spamming right now. Context.
But to be fair, I don't want anyone to hate me. I'm saying this, please go study, read. Yeah.
No, nobody. I mean, even if people say mean words, it's just words on a screen. No one's actually gonna. Even if they know who you are, nothing's happening. But. No. And of course, most people in this chat are Muslim, and most people are very devout, so they're gonna, of course, defend it with strength. But what you're saying is like that verse is straying you away from becoming a Muslim, but
One
what
of the
is it?
situations, like this is
Yeah.
one of the verses, but there are other things that I don't want to get into, like unless if we have a specific
Okay.
chat about like a lot of things about like I've seen you ask questions about like Muhammad's personality. I have a lot of questions, and I cannot separate. Like I'm trying to figure this out as well. Like what is Muhammad's role? Like do I have like if I'm a Muslim, like can I believe in Quran and follow it without fully following Muhammad? Like because like
that's
to
so
me,
similar
I'm
to my
more
questions.
I'm more familiar than you with the hadiths. Like I've read some, and there are some like Sahih, like I told you the other day, like Sahih, which is like true, that those are verified what Muhammad said. So there are some verified ones and some that aren't verified. So the verified ones are basically, they're like gospels. What Muhammad did, what Muhammad said. And then it's like they're books. So there are some crazy ones, and I can't, but I pretty much believe in Quran, especially when it comes, like like no matter how much I try, like even if I believe in Bible and I love Jesus's message about love and peace, I just can't convince myself that Jesus was a human and he was God. Like,
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's a verse at the beginning of the Quran that I think deals with, like, can relate to our experiences. It says, I think it's in, I can read it out loud because this verse brought me a lot of peace. Because I'm going through, me talking about this online, everybody asks me hard questions, people ask me hard questions in real life, like, what about this, what about this? But this verse speaks to, at least spoke to me and brought me peace. This is from Surah 3, chapter 7. It says, "It is he who has sent this scripture down to you, Prophet. Some of its verses are definite in meaning. These are the cornerstone of the scripture, and others are ambiguous. The perverse at heart eagerly pursue the ambiguities in their attempt to make trouble and to pin down a specific meaning of their own. Only God knows the true meaning. Those firmly grounded in
Yes.
knowledge say, we believe in it, it is all from our Lord. Only those with real perception will take heed. Our Lord, do not let our hearts deviate after you have guided us. Grant us your mercy, you are the ever-giving." So I just want to read the beginning again. "It is he who has sent the scripture down to you, Prophet. Some of its verses are definite in meaning. These are the cornerstone of the scripture, and others are ambiguous." To me, the cornerstone is just one God. That's like, I actually hold myself back too from saying, I believe in the Quran, because now I'm thinking, oh my gosh. Now,
super chatted $13.33. This guy's either a deceiver or ignorant. The contest is in the fighting terms at war. Not every idol worshipper wherever you find them in the whole world. Please go study and read LOL, ignorance.
he's pissed. So, Naz91, thank you for the comment, basically saying we need to understand the context of that verse. And I think we both agree we don't fully understand. Yeah. Oh wait, actually, they couldn't hear what you just said there. I actually had it on. I wasn't sharing the screen. Naz91 says, yeah, me and Dastin know that we don't. I mean, I can't speak for you. I know that I don't understand the context. But it does sound harsh either way. But so does the Old Testament.
No, I took that as an example, and I took Jesus's gospel as an example as well. Like, you have to take the context, like the time, the situation.
Yep.
Because, like, again, like Jesus, they are very, again, like Jesus said, love your enemies. This one says kill your enemies. But like they tell, like, what is the situation like?
Yeah, and the story of the Bible. The story of the Bible, I'm not sure what gospel it's in, but where Jesus goes into the temple and overturns the tables and tells them, he kicks everyone out of the temple because they're disrespecting it. I was like, okay, there's a clear example. He's not killing someone. He's not. But he's clearly defending God with force. I mean, essentially, what I got from that is he forced them out of the temple. He kicks people out. I mean, how else would you do that unless you were being aggressive?
Yeah, they've been aggressive. They were aggressive. And also I've heard something, like someone said, this verse where it says like love your enemies was actually for one disciples, like one of the specific one. His name was, I don't know his first name, but last name was Zealot. And Zealots were a group of people. They were basically terrorists. Like they were literally terrorists against Romans. They wouldn't deal with any Romans. They would not speak to any Romans. They would just literally kill them if they see them. Like literally they were trained to kill Romans. And one of them followed Jesus, and Jesus said that verse literally for him, for that guy to be like, hey, be patient, love your enemy.
Yeah. Well, that would make sense.
Yeah, but like again, like it's a study. Like you have to study it. Again, the same thing applies to Quran. Like you have to study it. You can't take it literally. But unfortunately, some people from both sides take it literally, and that makes the religion. We see it the way we.
It's like simplifying it, or I don't know. I think that causes problems too. So but regarding like the earlier verse that I said, how some of its verses are definite in meaning, and these are the cornerstone of the scripture. Is that what you're saying when, like, do you believe in the cornerstone? If you want to share, I know you actually mentioned you don't want to share your personal story, but it's
I want to share my,
like
I don't mind, but
why don't you consider yourself a Muslim? What do you not agree with?
I want to share it, but I think I'm going to change the topic if I share everything. Yeah, I don't know if you don't mind changing the topic. And there might be people, I also don't want to be, like, I want to be fair. Like, I would love it if there are people in the room that have more knowledge about those topics. So, like, if I say something wrong, they would be like, that's wrong. Like, I don't want to, But one of the things is...
we're not coming on here claiming we're just sharing.
Yeah.
I think there's a
like one
difference
of the
if you
things that
claim to understand it all. We've already claimed we don't. I mean, no one really does. We're all learning.
One of the things, for example, and we can cut it short and we can discuss it in a different time, is like Muhammad had, I believe, had 9 wives. I can't, like, a lot of there.
To hadiths, or according to what?
I mean, according to hadith, according to all the resources, even the wives have hadiths. Like, there are hadiths that talk about those wives from, like, they talk about jealousy, like they were not jealous from each other and stuff like that. So I personally, no matter how you describe it or whatever, I can't personally believe in, that's one of the things. The other thing is, one of the wives, Aisha, she was one of the Muhammad's best friend, which his name was Abu Bakr. He was 9-year-old when Muhammad married her, and she was 9 and he was like 30 something.
According to hadith.
Yeah. And that's another thing that, again, like, I'm not, it's my personal thing. Like, I have heard a lot of people say, like, oh, she was 9 because, people would age faster in that. I can't, like, no matter what you say, I just...
Yeah, I heard someone say to me, it's like, well, you need to understand what marriage was really about back then. It was all about, this is what somebody said. I'm just quoting someone I talked to on my stream. I forgot his name. Very nice guy. It's like the context of Arabia at the time was, marriage was for protection. You were marrying a family that would protect you. And so, I don't know.
I mean,
you can
protect them.
It's not just about...
You can, I don't know, like, you can protect them without marrying them. I don't know. Like,
I mean, yeah, there's no getting around that people are gonna use that as, like, what the heck? Like, what?
Yeah, like,
but it just seems that if it... I don't know, it seems like the verse that I just read, like, the cornerstone of the religion is not even following Muhammad, it's following God. It's following one God. And now if he is the one who delivered the message and he did that, yeah, that's strange. But still, when I put my face on the floor, I know that it just feels right to pray to one God. Like, I'm not praying to Muhammad. I don't know what he
Yeah. And that's another. I heard you saying something the other day, and I completely agree with. You were like, someone talked about Sunni and Shia, and you said, why should we talk about those groups and branches? Like, why don't we we should just focus on the message? And that's like I agree with that, but that's not the reality, unfortunately. In Christianity as well as Islam, like I know because I was raised in among different groups. There are Shias and Muslim Sunnis, and they literally kill each other. And there is so much different within their beliefs. Shias believe that one of the Allah and then Muhammad is the second person in religion, and Ali, which is Muhammad's cousin, is the third person in religion. And they literally call his name in every prayer. In every azan, they literally say Ali. Like when they pray to him. And I'm like, what the heck? Like, it's too much.
But it doesn't say anywhere in the Quran to do that. So,
exactly. Yeah.
Like it doesn't put it doesn't hinder my faith in the Quran, and it doesn't even say anywhere in the Quran. Or wait, I don't know where it talks about marrying what age. I think it does actually mention that in the Quran.
No, I don't think it does. I don't think it explicitly does. It does about
Either way, it's
it does talk about what the marriage is.
The message underneath anything is so simple, and I think it's the same message that's in the Bible. It's like to me, it's all the same message. Bow down to the Creator and the Creator only.
Yeah. Yes. And the other thing is it is about the message. If you take if you are like you said, there are a lot of nice people if you go to the church, and I agree with that. Sometimes I think about this. Say take for example, there is person A, and that person A follows Bible, and say he is the best person ever, very nice, does all the nice everything by Bible, believes in God. And there's person B, and he's a Muslim, and same thing. He follows Quran. He's a nice person. He does everything to follow Quran. When after they die, do we think that God would say we take it literally by we go let's assume that Bible is the truth? Would they send the Muslim one to the hell just because he wasn't following Jesus, even though he was such a good person? And the other way around,
I just think, if the concept of God is that, if you believe, I believe that God is justice, the living, the idea of justice is God. So this is a cop out to any hard question, but I still believe it's true. God will decide. I don't think it's going to be a trick. God. I don't believe, and I'm not God, so maybe I could be wrong. I just don't believe it's going to be any type of trick. I don't think when you say 5 words you say the Shahada and now you're saved, or you say you accept Jesus Christ and now you're saved. No, it's so much you need to be reborn again. You need to become a different person. You need to do it. I don't know exactly what you need to do. I just don't think it's simple, and I don't think it's going to be a trick. I don't think it's going to get you're going to get there and it's going to be a trick. Gotcha.
I believe personally, if you become completely a Muslim and I become completely Christian, for example, say as an example.
What do you guys think of that chat?
If I do good and if I, I have good intentions, I do, the purpose of religion to me is the teachings, be good, be kind to people, love your neighbors, for example, stuff like that. If you, I think all the kind people, based on your actions, I think they would get judged by God. They would go to heaven if they are good people, and to hell if they're bad people, based on their actions. And then that, sometimes I struggle with this because I'm so what is the role of religion? What is, like you said, what is the role of Shahada or baptism or that's so deep too.
Yeah. But again, I think according to the Quran, it's not. Actions speak infinitely more than words.
I have met so many kind people at church that are like beautiful people. Like I can't imagine those people going to hell just because they haven't said Shahada. Like there is no way.
I mean, I don't believe that most of them are. However, I also acknowledge that I'm not God, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think it's going to be perfectly fair.
Yeah, but if it's perfectly fair, then the question is, what is the role of Shahada and baptism and being Christian and Muslim? For example, there are many other religions. Like,
I think it's like a human way of, like, our invented ways of worshiping God, our invented systems of trying to follow God. Like, and we've systemized it because it. But like, imagine if we lived on an island and there was 1,000 people who lived there, and we all were Muslim or we all were Christian, but let's pretend we had some genetic mutation where we were all mute. We were all mute and had no legs either, no arms. We couldn't, or we're all mute. Okay, so then we wouldn't say Shahada out loud. And let's say we couldn't write either. Then what would we do? Okay, then it'd be different. So it's not the Shahada itself. It's just like the belief of what is really behind the Shahada, which is the belief in one God. That's the message. And the belief that a man named Muhammad delivered that message. But still, the message is the first part of it. The message is one God, worship one God.
What if you don't believe? What if you don't believe in that, and you are still a good person? Would you?
I don't know. I don't know.
Like I mentioned.
I don't know, and we'll never know. How would we know?
And you would never know. And that's why, like, when people talk about debate, like, I don't agree with debate, because I don't think, because we're not the first people who researching this. There have been thousands of researchers for thousands of years before us. I would love the word discussion, because like we're not gonna get to a conclusion. There's no way, because like, you know, like you can't say like.
There's always gonna be multiple religions around the world. There's always gonna be billions of people that are not Muslim, that are not Christian, and they're always going to be trying to convince everyone. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like, you convince if I'm doing research, I'm studying, I'm discovering,
Inshallah.
It's for myself. Like, I can't convince anyone else. I can't change the world. I can't I'm convincing myself. Like, I'm telling myself this is the truth after studying and researching, but there is no proof. Like, literally, like, you have to believe. Like, it's just a belief, you know? Like, there is no literal tangible proof. Like, there is no tangible proof that says, hey, Islam is the truth or Christianity is the truth. Like,
well, Dastan, it's been a good conversation. I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. I'm gonna hop off Discord for a second, continue to stream, do some like 10 minutes of live or something. And then I'm going to hop in here and do one question go. I don't know if you've ever joined when I do one question go, but I can't even guarantee that you'll be brought up to the stage because I can't even see everybody's names. But if you hop in there, there's a chance that we can speak again today. But hey,
all right. Sounds good. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah, Dastan, that was great conversation. It's nice to speak with someone who I can relate to a lot of things you're saying. So
that's why I was like trying to push it. Like, I was like, let's connect, because I'm on the other side of the island, but like we are in the same kind of discovery. Like, you are, like, I want to maybe in a private chat or something, like, I want to hear you, like, why did you, like, I didn't ask this question today, but like, why aren't you a Christian? Like, you grew up you were raised as a Christian. And then I'm telling my story, like, why am I considering, like, and I think that would be very interesting.
I mean, I could answer that question in an hour in depth, and I could also answer it in 10 seconds. And the answer is, I didn't think that there was a straight path laid out in front of me of how to live.
And then that I want that in depth, like, why?
Yeah.
Like, I know what you mean, but like, there must be more into
it's
it.
Like the extreme, the quote unquote, the extremism of Islam. Extremism. I mean, it's not really extreme if it's the religion, but no drinking, nothing that's bad for you. No, some people are like, no music. Don't even listen to anything that's gonna just take control of your mind. I'm like, this is like my first reaction
And
to all
she-
this is,
and
this
no-
is crazy. This is crazy. And then I think, wait a minute.
And shaving. And like, you can't wear short shorts. Like, a lot of people tell me that.
I
Like,
mean, you
when
can,
they
though.
see my picture, they're like, oh my God, you're
Like, what do you
wearing
mean you
shorts?
can't?
Like, that's.
What do you mean you can't? Like, what do you mean you can't? You can't
like,
be a Muslim and
like,
wear shorts?
Like you said. I mean, some people say that. I don't know.
Hey, some people. They're
I
not
have
God.
I've had people saying that to me. So.
True. Hey, they also told
Yeah.
Steve Jobs that he couldn't invent the iPhone, and look at us talking through an iPhone right now. Big W's.
Right. Right.
All right, Destin, I'll talk to you later, bro. I'm glad.
All right.
I love
Thank you
Discord.
so much.
Praise
Yeah.
God for our conversation. And yeah, bro.
Yeah. God bless you too. Thank
God
you.
bless you and your family. Bye, Destin.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
W, what a nice guy. I'm going to do one question go in a bit. I cannot. Well, my OBS is frozen, so I cannot move anything. W's in the chat. Chat, what do you guys think about all this? What do you guys think? You think it's great? Benny Born Again thinks it's great. I think that was a great conversation. Got Kurt Toys from the chat. Oh. You must be born again. You must be born again. There are so many people blind. It's okay though. There always will be the blind people. Who gonna walk the walk? People can talk the talk. They can say anything. Blah, 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 blah. Fight me! Okay. Anyway, today, my name is Grayson Brock. I'm 21 years old. If you would like to directly support the stream, you can buy me a link. Buy me a link. You can buy me a coffee in the link below. Help me improve my setup and support the journey, support the channel, support me. This channel is dedicated to becoming a better person. I hope every time you join this stream, if you watch it for 5 minutes or 1 hour or 4 hours, you learn something new. You see someone do a bunch of push-ups. You see someone give you energy. You see someone give you life. I'm giving life. I got the light. I'm going to let it shine. And I'm making it shine right now, and we're learning things. Today, I've been researching an eye for an eye. What does it mean? I'm going to come up with some actionable things I can improve myself on based on this study. Some things I've learned. The Bible. Quoting the Bible in English says, do not resist an evil person. Is he being metaphorical? Is he being literal? I think he's being metaphorical. Sometimes don't resist. I just talked to a very nice man, Daston. He said, for example, if the cops and the FBI are coming into your house to arrest you, you could use Jesus' advice to not resist an evil person. But I don't think he's saying, and I agree with him, I don't think Jesus is saying if someone comes into your house, just let them slap the shit out of you and take your wife. No, I don't think Jesus agreed with that. But I think that that's what it's about now. It's all about just, like we're taught, to just be like kind of soft. I don't think it's soft. I don't think Jesus wanted us to be soft. I learned that that's what it says in the Bible. I learned that the Quran says that if you forgive and it's atonement for your sins. I learned that the Quran says don't be friends with anyone who is fighting you, kicking you out of your home for your religion. Then I asked a question. Does the Old Testament agree with eye for an eye? Well, in Joshua 6, the story of Jericho, God commands them to kill the women, the children of a town. In Deuteronomy 20, the Israelites are entered to go into they're going towards the promised land. And in the Bible, apparently those people that were evil, the Canaanites, were doing things such as child sacrifice. Sounds so crazy, right? No people would ever do that today. No people would ever kill a child today, would they? That's what abortion is. God told them in Deuteronomy 20, go and kill them. And conquer. So you know why Grayson lost the fight indeed, because of Kurt. Now Kurt was definitely the most encouraging one there. When I was fighting, you should have seen him. He was screaming his head off. So God told him to go and kill them. All that being said, I think people in the chat are not even listening to me. Is anyone listening to what I'm saying? Are y'all just, who is actually here listening to this right now? I'm learning new things and I'm realizing, I'm just going to write down my actionable steps without sharing it. Because I go to the chat and you guys are just talking about nonsense. Okay, Ahmed is listening. Benny, born again, listening. Okay, Kenny, Somia. Okay, Ahmed. Aliyah. Okay. Hide your kids, hide your wife. Okay, Faiza. Okay, people are listening. Okay. This is what I'm learning, guys. I can't make my screen big right now. My OBS is frozen. Lessons. Why empower your enemies? Tackaverse. Tackaverse. You can't tell me nothing. Do not let anyone stop you from your religion. That's what the Quran says. It shouldn't be a violent life unless it needs to be. That's a quote by me. Give an example of when a submission to God would result in violence. I don't think violence is the answer, but I think there's a possibility that doing the right thing results in violence. And an example of this is in the Bible, when God commands them to go take over the Canaanite people because they're worshiping idol worship, they're killing children, according to the Bible. They're offering sacrifices according to the Bible, and God commands them to go and conquer them and kill them. So I believe in the Bible, I believe in the Quran, I believe in the holy books, I believe in the idea of submitting to the one God, and I'm learning new things about each religion and book every day. And an actionable step I am getting is if someone is physically preventing you from your religion, do you think, is this an actionable step? If someone is physically preventing you from your religion, you have every right to resist. Is that an actionable step for me? Is that an actionable step? An actionable step, another example, because I want it to be concrete. An actionable step is call this person at 5 o'clock today. Is this an actionable step? I'm sharing right now what I'm learning so far. Is that an actionable step? Or do I need to be more precise? Yes? Okay. Emotional, feminine religion without logic. Okay. Actionable step number 1. I'm writing it down. Chat, it's becoming official. We got an actionable step here. I've done a lot of research. I do these research projects, and at the end of it, I condense it all down into this little box that says what to do. What to do about all we just learned, right? We learned all this. There's a bunch of words on here. Blah, 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 blah. Let's condense it down for you real quick. Here we go. If someone is physically preventing you from your religion, you have every right to resist. Dr. J. Smithers, we ain't playing no games out here. Dr. J trying to physically stop me. Dr. J, fight me, boy. Dr. J, you look like a little bot. What is that little profile picture? Dr. J, don't call me kid. I'm going to resist you right now, and I'm going to fight you. Send me your email. I'm going to send you an angry email. All right? Little bot. Little potato head looking little bot. Hey, the voice to chat is messed up. Nas 91, Quran is the truth. Right before being a guidance for a better... Quran is the truth. Right before being a guidance for a better life. Arrogance is demanding God to fit in the norms that were shaped by surrounding environment. Allah gave you the truth. It's up to you to submit to it fully. Nas 91 with the wisdom. Nas 91 with the wisdom. Arrogance is demanding God to fit the norms that were shaped by surrounding environment. Quote that. Quote that. Quote that. Quote that. Nas 91. Nas 91 with the quote. Nas 91 with the quote. Nas 91 with the freaking quote, chat. What was I gonna do? Quote that. Oh, Dr. J is freaking pissing me off right now. Oh, Benny Born Again, that's a good idea. But I kind of like to see Dr. J's emojis. It's always funny in Perry's emojis. Dr. J, you a bot. Dr. J, send me your email. I'm going to send you an angry email. I'm freaking pissed. I'm going to try to find your address and fight you, boy. Dr. J, how many push-ups you done today? Probably -5, fatty. Oh, frick, Dr. J, I've been told to love my enemies, but I've also been told to eye for an eye. If you're gonna send nasty messages, I'm gonna fight you. Send me your email, Dr. J. I will come to your house right now, 300, boy. Dr. J, you haven't done 300 push-ups, but you probably weigh 300 pounds, fatty. Okay, guys, actionable step. Actionable step. I have your address. I am 170 Pure Muscle. Dr. J, I'll be waiting for you to knock on the front door. I'm gonna knock your bitch ass out, boy. Excuse me my language. Little boy. Little Dr. J, bring your PhD. And bring your PhD, boy. Dr. J, you probably got diagnosed with depression. You should believe in it, Dr. J. You should believe in it. You a bot. Dr. J is just disturbing. Of course he is. He's only been disturbing. Apparently I give all your nightmares my PhD to that. But he's so wholesome when he does it. He doesn't take it too far like some others. Clorox Bleach is in the chat. Time to start bulking, Grayson. Alright. Hey, who wants to see me fight Dr. J in a real boxing fight? I don't even know if he would show his face on Discord. If you are okay, guys. I think we've come to a conclusion today. Is there any more actionable steps I can draw? I'll go use the restroom. I'll be right back. In the meantime, let's listen to a video.
It's true. I leave Earth 5 times a day. Do I do it well? Not really, but I'm gonna explain how I do that, why
Who is
I do
this?
that,
She's so
and
funny.
why I think everyone should do that. Now, before we start, I must warn you guys. If the audio sucks, that's because this is a very low cost production. I have you on my iPhone.
Who is she?
Currently.
Oh my gosh, who is this?
It's not even the newest iPhone. It's like the 3rd generation, I think. Okay, that's not true, but pretty close. And I have you on like the weirdest iPhone stand known to man. So for those expecting good audio quality, you have to wait for like 10 because life throws so many.
Wait, can you hear me now? Could you hear the video? She's so well spoken. Who is she? Is her name Farah?
It's true. I leave Earth.
Farah. What is your summary, my young Padawan? My summary is today's teaching of an eye for an eye. Is that a good teaching? What does that mean? According to the Quran, which is aligning with my beliefs, if you're being physically prevented from your religion, you may resist. Sounds pretty obvious, right? Some people don't think you should ever resist, which is pacifism.
Earth 5 times a day.
Is there any other actionable steps that I've drawn from today? So if someone is stopping you from praying, you can resist them. Let it shine. Let it shine. Shine bright like a diamond. Rivers in the chat. He's a little bot. Oh, River from Chile. He's a little bot. He's a little bot. He's a little bot. Okay. Actionable steps, chat. If you are being physically prevented from your religion, you may resist. If one is preventing you from prayer, you may fight back. That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion from today. Oh, man, chat. I don't know how to get that to go away, that alert. ChatGPT, my OBS has frozen up. I can't click anything or edit anything. How can I refresh it without closing and ending my stream? Control Shift Escape. Control Shift Escape. Does anyone know what to do? Silverio, of course I do. Do push-ups, I think it worked. That's funny. In the activity monitor, find OBS. Oh, bet. It can come back up. Alright, bet. We're done. Hey, Fett. Chill, chill, chill. I'm trying to learn, okay? Chill, Fett. Okay, let's go over here and let's... Is Latif here? If not, it's okay. I'm just wondering. Is there a way to search? Where's the stage? I'm gonna ask GBT if Yo. River? River. River. Oh, river. Hello?
How you doing, man?
How you doing?
I'm alright, and you?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
Oh, are you figuring out how to like create the stage?
Yeah, I'm trying to create a stage.
I think you just like go to, wait, I think what it says. You see what it says at the top?
Yes.
It says Grayson's Den, like and
Oh,
there's a
yes.
symbol.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Wait, what's your name? I'll invite you
just-
in. I'll invite you in first. Oh, I see your name. Okay. It's Arabic. I don't know what it's.
Yes,
I don't
I'm-
know what your name is. What's your name?
Yunus, or you could call me Jonah.
Eunice? Eunice?
Yeah, Yunus, yeah.
Eunice, nice to meet you. This is Grayson. It's good to meet you, bro. All right, I'll invite you in either right now or in a few minutes. You'll be the first ones I bring up if you want to come on. Yeah?
All right, sounds cool.
Eunice. Okay, talk to you in
All
a
right.
sec. Dang it, I like the music. Eunice is here. Hey, you guys want to chat? We're going to be just everyone in here. Welcome, 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 welcome. And everyone on the stream, welcome, welcome, welcome. We'll be streaming for about 16 more minutes. And I just want to discuss an eye for an eye. An eye for an eye. Eunice, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
How we doing?
That's good, man.
Can I? I'm doing great. I'm doing great. It's good to be talking to you. First time. Hey, Eunice. I'm gonna be cycling through people here. I wanted to ask you, do you believe in an eye for an eye?
It depends. It depends. No, I would say not always. Not always.
Not always.
Yeah.
But do you believe that that is always? Not necessarily will you blind someone if they blind you, but do you believe it's fair if someone does act on an eye for an eye? Is that just?
Nas91 super
moment.
chatted
I would say-
$13.33.
One moment.
Satan is
I would-
God less than don't be a Muslim less than be one of the other 72 sects of Islam less than be a Quranist. No need for Muhammad,
What?
we got the book.
Oh, one
Less
moment,
than
it's
no
reading out
chaos,
an
for
alert.
he's a
Yeah.
Muslim now, Satan's a
Yeah, I would-
kingdom on children of Adam.
I wouldn't recommend listening to Quranists because because they like to make their own interpretations of what the Quran says and like disregard everything else that the Prophet said.
Yeah. Well, I haven't even really. I'm studying the Hadiths right now, or I'm slowly, so I'll be able to understand more about them later. What do you mean by what you said, an eye for an eye? Like you.
So basically,
What's your view
it depends on. Yeah, so it depends on what the person has done to me. So, let's say like a person like bumped me in the street by accident. You know, they didn't mean it. Like I'm not gonna walk back and say, okay, eye for an eye. I have to bump you back. You know what I'm saying? You know.
But would it be fair though? But would it be fair though? Is what I'm saying. If you did that, not that you would, but if you did that, is that just?
It's childish and petty and a waste of time. You know what I'm saying?
But would it be unfair?
But if the person purposely does it, I'll ask like, what did you like? Like, what's your motives? You know, and then if the person then seems like they want to fight, then you know I'm down. I'm ready. but you know, yeah. But let's say you know what I'm saying. For example, and let's say apply it for, like let's say you have a little brother who's 5 years old, yeah, and like you know he insults you and he doesn't even know what the insult is. Like, what, are you gonna now whoop his ass? You know, you know what I'm saying. You're not gonna insult him back. You're gonna tell him, hey, don't say that. You know, you're gonna tell him that's not good.
Yeah.
You know, so it depends, and mercy is also a thing. So, and Islam, you're not obligated to like seek revenge.
Yeah.
But you can though. Like, let's say for example.
You can.
Yeah, let's say for example, I forgot the scenario. I forgot the scenario. What was it? But there are some cases where where it's better to forgive someone out of mercy, because on Day of Judgment, if I'm not mistaken, if someone had wronged you, you either have the choice on that day to get justice, or to forgive that person, and it'll be better for you on that day, and you'll be rewarded for it. Or you can just get justice, and yeah. So mercy as well plays into it, you know. So it depends on what the person did, and what's it called, and if it was done on accident and not. Yeah.
I see. Hey Eunice, I appreciate you sharing your opinion on eye for an eye. I'm gonna continue research and see what other people got to say.
All right.
God bless you, brother. It's great to speak with you.
One more thing. One more thing.
$6.31.
I would recommend, since you're in contact with brothers who do da'wah, you know, like Morris and Hamza and all of these people, like for your big questions, just to ask them straightforward, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, will do.
Right.
Hey, God bless you, brother. Peace.
God bless. Assalamu alaikum.
G, what a G. Hey, River, what's going on?
What up, boy?
Hey, shout out Yusuf in the chat for hopping on here. River, how we doing, bro?
I'm doing good, alhamdulillah.
We got an alert. Afet says, Washi, the person who killed and mutilated the body uncle of Prophet named Hamza. The Prophet said, I forgive you, but please don't show me your face again. Oh. Hey, River, what do you think about an eye for an eye? Do you think it's wrong if someone, not do you think it's right to do it every time, but do you think it's wrong if someone seeks an eye for an eye? Like, name any situation. Someone shoves you. Is it wrong to shove them back? Is it ever wrong to return the exact same thing back? So if someone calls you a bitch and you say, no, you a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what the tensions of the person like is. If your friend pushes you like way too hard accidentally, like in a playful manner, and you just push him back, and then you just start a fight out of nowhere, I'm talking from experience. That's not good. So, no, I mean, eye for an eye. Like if somebody hits you on purpose, like to bother you with something, I think you should be able to hit him back, just as much as he hit you. I don't see any problem with that.
Yeah, so an intended, like, we'll make it easy, hypothetical, because of course we're having to simplify it down, because this is a teaching that's an eye for an eye. It's 4 words. But you believe, and I used to not believe this. I used to believe that
turn the other cheek.
Turn the other cheek. Although not really, because my dad always taught me growing up. He told me that he would take me to go get ice cream if I ever got kicked out of school for fighting back a bully. If somebody was ever bullying me.
Dad.
Yeah, W Dad. And I think Jesus' teachings would agree with that. I don't think Jesus is actually saying just sit there and just get destroyed.
Yeah.
But it's just nice to just people openly talk, people who love God, to talk about that, hey, there's nothing wrong with punching someone back if they punch you in the face intending to harm you.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, doesn't that make sense?
It does.
Hey, I'm only going to stream for 8 more minutes, and I got a few other people in here. Or not a few, 20, no, you stay. I wanted to ask you, if you're welcome to stay. I wanted to ask you, what could be something interesting to ask people besides, do you agree with an eye for an eye? Because, like something, a good question. Chat, you guys got any ideas?
What's your opinion on abortion? Now I'm lying, maybe that's too far.
Hey, well, eye for an eye. Abortion's weird because if you kill the baby, then eye for an eye. Shouldn't you be killed then?
Oh, wait.
Right? I just thought about that. I've never thought about that. If you kill a baby and you believe in an eye for an eye, then don't you believe that it's someone's right to kill you?
No comment.
No freaking comment. L River in the chat. L River in the chat.
No. Fine. Yeah, you should be able to kill the person.
Okay. Let's ask people if someone aborts a child. And then we got the doctor in the chat, aka Clorox bleach. Let's see if he'll pull up. W Doctor Clorox bleach. How we doing? How we doing? Salam. Peace be with you. Hey, Mr. Clorox bleach. Do you think someone has an abortion? If you believe an eye for an eye, do you believe that is reason for that person to deserve death?
Nah. It depends on the context. And in Islam, we don't believe, like, the context for abortion in America is typically, like, outside of marriage. And we don't believe in, like, sex outside of marriage. And according to Islam, like, ensoulment for babies happens at about 120 days. So if it's prior to that, within the bounds of marriage, and if it's threatening the life of the mother, abortion is actually very much allowed, not encouraged, but it's allowed.
According to you, or the Quran, or?
So like you looked into the Hadith and stuff, right? So.
No, very, 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 like, only a few.
After the Prophet, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, peace be upon him, died, Muslims were like, dang it, we just lost like the best, like the person that we go to answer all of our questions, right? Because like the guy's got like a direct phone line with God. So how do we go about applying the Quran, the Hadith, like what the Prophet told us to our lives when the Prophet's not with us anymore? And over the course of hundreds of years, there were like schools of thought, like ways of approaching that problem that developed in how to apply Islam to our lives. And right now, like the primary like ways of, you know, approaching questions like abortion and stuff are between the four madhabs, which are like schools of thought. And according to, I'm pretty sure all four, if it threatens the life of the mother and it's prior to installment, right? This is at around 120 days, according to the Quran, when the soul is, you know, put into the baby's body. If it's within the realm of marriage and it threatens the life of the mother, then abortion is allowed, according to the school of thought.
Wait, do you know off the top of your head what verse discusses like the installment? I've never even heard that word. Installment. That's a new vocabulary word today. Let's go. Installment. The installment of a child.
I can look it up. I don't. You know who would know? Quran Forever. That guy probably knows this stuff off the top of his head. I'm not like.
Let's get him in here.
Yeah, I do like bio and math. I don't study Islam full time. So.
Hey, well,
Let me look
it's so nice to see, always have you engaged in providing just thought-provoking. Like. This
Oh yeah, like all those messages.
I'm always learning
about,
from you. I'm always learning.
Telling people to drink me, you know, so educational.
Hey, the Quran Forever, how you doing? Peace be with you, brother.
Peace be with you. What's up, bro?
How you doing? Do you?
I'm good.
Do you agree that a child has a soul after more or less 120 days?
Well, myself, I don't have like my own like kind of opinion. I would just go based, and even like scholars in Islam just go based on science, right? So I think there are some scientific studies about that exact part. But generally speaking, yeah, I think that's the belief.
And wait, what is? I don't know too much about the details of pregnancy. What is happening at 120 days versus the 60th day?
So yeah, I think from my understanding, I think the soul is then like it's not anymore like a piece of meat, right? It then becomes like a living being. So then the killing is, I mean, the abortion can be like, you know, like a killing. It's not like a, well, I live in Bosnia, so it's not that taboo here. So, yeah, so I think the soul part is the main part.
I can send a link for this thing that I'm reading right now, Grayson, but it looks like it's Surah Al-Mu'minun, which is verses 12 and 13 to 14. But I'll send you a link to what I'm reading in the chat real quick.
All right. In the YouTube chat?
Dead in chat, yeah.
Gray, do you have the Quran with you there? Or?
Yes, I do.
I don't know if you're trying to get to like verses right now, but like if you want, you can go like to 1731. There's an interesting verse that probably like directly correlated with this.
Oh, okay. 1731?
I think, yeah, 1731.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna read this article, or briefly look at this article that Mr. Bleach sent.
Oh, damn, this verse talks about what people are doing every day now.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see it and you'll realize right away.
This article, according to the Faqaha, jurist, according to the jurist, the Faqaha, the soul enters the Fuqaha, enters the fetus at around 120 days post-conception, based on the Quranic verse and a hadith of the beloved of Allah, Allah bless him and give him peace. Our belief is that the messenger of Allah, bless him and give him peace, explained both verbally and practically the contents of the book of God. Okay. What's that verse? 1731. Let's see what it says.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't like abort for economic reasons.
Basically,
that if it threatens the life of the mother, then yeah.
Do not kill your children for fear of poverty. Plain and simple.
What about my career?
We shall provide for them and for you. Killing them is a great sin. Ah, okay. Well, that's pretty simple. As always. As always.
The Arabs would bury their own daughters because they were not, economically useful. That's pertaining to that within that like in China, during the one-child policy, they would do the same thing.
Do you think if someone does kill their baby out of child, that by perfect justice, if justice was implemented on them, that it would be okay for them to also be killed according to a judicial system?
Do I?
Mr. Bleach?
Like if they, from an Islamic context.
Do you think abortion should be illegal?
It depends on the context, right? Because I just told you that within the bounds of marriage, right? If you are, it's not premarital, it's within marriage, and, like the mother's life is threatened by the pregnancy, then yeah, they should be allowed to get one. But if it's not within those parameters, right? Like if you're not married and it's not threatening your life and you're just aborting for economic reasons, then yeah, I don't think that's moral whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean,
to add on
based
to
on
that,
that verse, yeah. Definitely not. If you believe in the Quran.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to add on to that, the majority of abortions are just because people don't want kids. Like the very slim minority of mothers like that are gonna die because they're gonna give is like very small.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't know any stats to back
What
that
do
up,
you
but
think, Ray?
probably.
What's your opinion?
I know that I've never been in that situation to even I've never had a child or almost had a child. So, prefacing that, I don't know at what point there's a baby, but if it's gonna be a baby, then it is a baby. So if you kill it, then you're killing a baby. So I think it should be illegal. In a general sense. Now I'm sure there's some.
You know who Bill Burr is?
Bill Burr? I've heard the name.
I think that's his name, the comedian. He was talking about he did this joke about somebody making a cake, right? He's like, imagine if I put a cake in, I put the cake, I made everything, put it in the oven, and somebody came, took it from the oven and just threw it on the ground. He's like, what you doing? That was my cake. He was like, no, it's not the cake. It's not the cake. You're making, that same comparison. It's like, it's not a baby. How babies, they saying, oh, it's not the baby yet. But it was going to be like a cake if you just let it go, right? So.
Yeah, I agree. All right, y'all. I'm heading off stream. I appreciate Mr. Bleach, Quran Forever.
W stream.
You guys for coming on, as always.
Yes, sir.
One thing though, just before you go, Grayson, so I was looking into it, and for murder, typically what is the punishment is dependent on the family of the person that was killed, right? So they can have the other person killed or, sent to jail, whatever it is. But you can also extend mercy, right? Because the original question you were asking was, do you believe in an eye for an eye, right? And that's where we look to the hadith to see what did the prophet do? What did he do in his lifetime? And what he typically did was extend mercy. What that lady that killed, the guy who was hired by that lady to kill Hamza, right? He extends mercy, and he doesn't, he could have justice, but he chooses mercy. And there's a pretty famous video online. It was some kid, he was actually our age, I think. He was 21 or 22, and he was delivering pizzas, and he got murdered by some people that told him to come in for a tip. And the dad forgave him. He's like, you know what? Even though within our American legal system, it doesn't matter if the family forgives him, you're still going to jail, dude. in the Islamic context, it's the punishment's more so up to the family.
Yeah.
The father chose to forgive him, saying, you know what, like, you're a deeply misguided person, you know, by satanic influence and stuff, but I forgive you as a human being.
Yeah.
So that's
probably the only freeing thing
reward.
in that situation to make you feel
Yeah.
free is forgiveness. All right, I gotta hop off the stream. Thank you for sharing that
Great,
story, Mr. Bleach.
great.
Peace out,
Can
man.
I get 2 sentences in?
I have to go in 10 seconds. My friend's calling me. But go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say that people on Discord are obsessed with rules, but Quran isn't. That's it.
W's. Hey, God bless each of you. Thank y'all for the conversation.
Thank you, Grayson.
See you.
guys. See ya, doctor. See ya.